but I was making a Twitter post. And yeah, actually a Blue Sky post, technically. Anyway, hope everyone's doing well. How's it going? Oh wait, I haven't started the oh wait, I did start the other thing. Okay, we're off to a good start today. Off to a good start. I wasn't sure if I was even live, but I was. FYI, this is Celtic manga, just a name change. Or Celtic manga. Nice. Welcome in. Good to know. It's, yeah, it's... I know it has been a while, but good to see you. Good to see you too. I am really bad at remembering names. So, with name changes, I feel like when people change their names, to me, it's just a new person. It's like... But even though I know that you've been here, in my head, it's still somehow I treat, like, I don't know, it's weird. Okay, anyway, also, why does my nose itching? Okay, I'm gonna do some painting. Well, then I'm a new person. Yeah, welcome in for the first time ever. Or maybe not the first time. No, I feel like I've seen your name before. Hold on. You've been here before with that name, right? Maybe not. I feel like I've seen your name before. Maybe not. I don't know. Anyway, hi. Okay, I'm gonna paint. I'm gonna do. So last stream we did some map crunch. I always want to review at the start of the stream what we did last stream. I did these. I had some map crunches, or Google Street View basically, but it just randomizes it. I was really happy with these because each one was like a distinct mini, not a study, but like a distinct thing that I was like a different skill in each of them, kind of. Like this one was all about the process, in that I started with literally just like two dark things. So like a dark shape here for all the dark stuff. Actually, no, that's not true. I split it up dark like this, and then I went like that. So I did like a kind of a no tan type thing where I purely did everything in the shadows. And this was all the shadow, that was all the light. And then from there, I started working, like building it up. Where I didn't do that for any of the others. Like this one, the focus was more on like composition, because there was like other random stuff here, and this was a little shorter, that was a little taller, just like random things. And I was like, you know what, let's make it a little triangle. This one obviously didn't look like this, but the colors did. And yeah. And then this one I kind of tried it to be the same, but I failed perspective a little bit, so it's kind of wonky, but it kind of works. Anyway. Like once, but chat was so fast. Really, chat. Sometimes it's like that. Although it hasn't been lately. It's been much more toned down and pretty chill. So yeah. I am still not great at reading all the chats. There's always gonna be somebody who, like, especially if I'm very focused on like following a certain conversation, and then someone else inserts something into the middle of that. For whatever reason, I'm not saying don't do that, please do, but for whatever reason, sometimes my brain will skip right over the message because I'm like trying to follow the conversation, and I know that one of the messages isn't part of that, and so I'm just like, I skip it, and then if I don't make like a mental note, it's easy for me to forget to come back to that message. And I hate that I do that. I have a hunch I'm not the only one, but it's definitely a thing. So yeah, that's a thing. But anyway, I am going to just make stuff up today. I'm gonna make up some, I don't know, some compositions. Not really gonna, it's gonna be a chill day, I think. If anyone has any suggestions of what to paint, I'm happy to, you know, take some suggestions. Although I think for these, I mostly just want to paint, I mean, obviously environments, but I don't know. I'll probably push myself a little bit with, like, perspective looking down or something. I don't know. Perspective looking down is always harder for me. So, like, fairly high eye line. But yeah, it's Liam Quinn. How... Wait, did I ask you how you've been? I think I asked you how you are, but how are you, and have you done any art lately? That's what I meant to ask, but... Yeah. And has anyone done any art lately? Let's see, today's Thursday, I think. it should be Thursday. Yes, today is Thursday. Good to know I'm totally on it. We'll see how I hold up today in stream because I'm gonna be a little tired. I've been awake for quite a long time. But I think it's gonna go good. Liam says you're doing great, man. You're in 2 art classes this semester, so lots of assignments. Oh, nice. But personal art, haven't made any. I'm exhausted. Understandable. Understandable. I feel like it would be hard to really get into making personal art when you're doing so much classwork. So right now I'm just adding in some lines for like basically fake perspective lines. They're just converging somewhere. And then I'm going to converge these here. Basically just trying to make them look like it's giving us a ground plane of some sort. Could probably continue that ground plane out, but I don't know if I will. Basically a 1-point perspective, but I broke it up. I like to break up the ground plane a bit, whether it's with hills or just with literal rocks or cracks. This kind of looks like a rib cage or something. Let's see. What do I want to do here? Maybe there's something off to the side here. I don't know. And then maybe it comes back over here somewhere. I don't want to do the goalposty thing. Like, so the goalposty thing, sometimes when I'm doing compositions, there's a thing I just called the goalpost, which is basically putting 2 things on the side. I don't it's not bad. I would rather do something like that and then something like this, which still has the 2 framing things, but one is more in the midground, so our brain doesn't think of it as just like a goalpost. But when they're both in the foreground or both in the midground, and you're basically framing your scene that way, for me, for whatever reason, I find that really boring. Like, it feels like oh, I need to frame the scene, let me stick something here. I don't like you can open it up. I don't know. I'm still not great at that. I still sometimes do it. But it's like a thing that I have to constantly remind myself not to do. And I've been having to remind myself not to do it for basically for forever. Because it's just so like you hear about framing art so much and like framing your scene and all that you, at least me, I have ingrained it in my head that like this is the thing to do, and then I do it and it's like, no, wait, I don't need to be doing that all the time. There we go. Little character in here. I don't need to be painted in black and white, by the way. Let's put in some, I don't know, some warm light. Not too warm, though. Like, maybe it can feel kind of white. I don't know. Where might the light be coming from? Which I don't know. Maybe there's a little staircase here. Maybe there are these pillar things. So Liam, with art being, or art school being, or I guess school, I assume it's art school, but it could just be not art school and just school with art classes. I don't really know. But with your art classes, when you're like exhausted and not really doing doing personal stuff, do you still feel like you wish you were, or is it just like it's literally not even on your mind? I still like, though, at least you're using that language of like, oh, personal work, because I feel like when I was in school, granted it wasn't for art school, but like I had no concept of like, oh, people like to do the things that they're studying for fun. Like, it never occurred to me. I mean, I don't think a single, like, because I studied landscape architecture. I don't think a single person in my class, at least not that I know of, spent time learning things or making things that are relevant for like landscape architecture, or people who were in I guess I did have one. No, that's not true. I did have a roommate who did some coding stuff, and he was doing computer science. So he actually did he trying to code and make his own projects to some degree. So I did have one friend who did that, but everybody else that I know, like if they were an engineer, if they were whatever major they were in college, none of them did anything outside, like adjacent to their major for fun. It was all just like playing games or whatever. It wasn't, yeah, very, very little personal work. And then years later, not really that many years, but a few years later, I kind of realized that, like, wait a second, people actually do the things. Like, you have some people will be like, oh, I'm into robotics or something, and they'll make stuff, and then they'll be studying it in school too, but like it started as a hobby. Or artists, of course, will do personal projects and they enjoy making art. I don't know, it just never really occurred to me that like that's a thing you can do. I don't know. Also, this kind of looks like a drawbridge. I wonder what if I do this? Like, make like a bridge over here? It's gonna be a weird composition if I do that. Okay, speaking of no goalposts, what if I do this? And this is like a bridge off to in the distance. Last summer, says Liam, I was making personal work left and right. Like as soon as I finished one piece, I already had a rough layout of my next one. Oh, that's good. Art classes use up the energy, and that's okay. I'm improving a lot, and that makes me happy. That's good. Yeah. That sounds like art school is doing you good then. I kind of wish I would take some classes. I should sign up for a class or something. Maybe not like a traditional art school, but like I should sign up for some courses or something. Like at least like schoolism. Something to just give me assignments and some homework and lessons and things to focus on with that home. I don't know. I feel like that would be good. Okay, I don't know if I like this. I think I made it. I don't know what I'm doing. What do I want to do here? Somebody tell me. This feels like... I kind of feel like it would be cool to have something either over here that's like catching the eye. That's sort of like our end point. And then maybe over here we can move the characters. Oh, what am I doing? I don't know. Like, why can't I move... Oh, inverse. There we go. Maybe if I move these characters over here, then I can do like a bit of that kind of shape. These are just local courses at your university, not real art school, but I get what you mean. Yeah, okay, gotcha, yeah. Yeah, I don't think you need a dedicated art school to teach art. Like, I think, obviously some art schools have like the sense of community can be really strong because every single person is specifically there with the goal probably to become a professional. Whereas like in a non-art focused school, you might just have people doing it for electives because they like art, but not necessarily because, like, so I think the networking element is probably harder, but if as far as the learning goes, it feels like it's probably going to be the same stuff, right? Okay, maybe I do the goalpost there. I don't know. I'm just kind of making shapes. That's the nice thing about this. Once I get like some sort of base in, like some basic ground plane and stuff, I can kind of just start noodling and sketching, and carving out shapes. Maybe these things are like teeth. Kind of look like teeth. And maybe this one, because it looks like teeth, it sticks way up. The only problem with what I'm doing here is that another composition thing that I find myself doing a lot. My eye line is, like, up here, right? And yet all of the stuff that is, like, interesting is up here. So, instead of being where the main part of the image is, like in this bottom 2/3. So what if I don't do that? Hold on, let's change this a bit. I still think I can make these tall, but I want the interesting stuff to be down here. At least to some degree. Maybe there's a bridge, and we're on the bridge. Yeah, that's the nice thing about art, is that there's always a lot to learn. Like, more than I think a lot of things, because there aren't, you know, like, it's not like, here's the state of the industry, you know? It's like, no, there's always, like, different directions, and art is more than one industry, and there's just, like, tons of skills, and there's so much to learn. And, like, as far as subject matter goes, you will literally never run out of subject matter things to paint. Because, you know, there's, like, an infinite number of things you could paint. Like, you know, if you want to learn anatomy, you could learn horse anatomy or dog anatomy, you know. There's, like, you'll never stop being able to learn stuff. And then, of course, yeah. But yeah, I don't know quite what I'm doing here. I'm just kind of playing around. I like, whoops, whoa, sorry. I did not mean to do that to the screen. I meant to erase, but I was on Zoom. I didn't hit the button. Okay, what about putting in some light? I mean, we could do that. Not bad looking. What if we did green? Like a green, just green and, like, overwhelmingly green, and then yellow-green back here where it's warm. And then maybe in the shadows, we do get a bit into the, like, the purples. Doesn't have to be literally purple, but just, like, slightly less green. I don't know. Kind of nice. Colors are kind of fun. I think here though, I don't think this one's gonna look good, but I do want to try it. What if I put light in the foreground? I mean, that's a lot of light, but hello, Omi, how's it going on YouTube? Welcome, welcome. Our first YouTube chatter. I should start giving out rewards for people who are the first chatters on the various platforms. Today you're on time. You are on time. You're normally not. It doesn't matter. Normally you're late. Normally you're not late. Anyway, I did not mean to say that. No, you're not normally late. I do enough of the same stuff on stream. Also, my music's a little loud, I think. Yeah, I think my music's a little loud. Sorry. Let me turn that down. That way it's not drowning out my voice. Okay, there we go. That should be better. I apologize for anybody's eardrums who were blown off. Let me fiddle with the sound for a second. Okay, there we go. I made it way quieter. Now I can turn up the volume back to where it normally was. Actually, it might be too quiet. Okay. That should be better. What you doing today? I am just painting some environments from imagination, more or less. I don't have any references at the moment. I may get some references later, depending on what I'm painting and if I feel that I need them. So I might still get some references yet, but I haven't yet. Yeah, just painting some shapes And then we're gonna vote, maybe. Probably like normal. But yeah, how are you, Omi? How's your day? Could maybe paint... What could this be? I mean, I like the shapes. The shapes are fun. Maybe these are our buildings back here. With really tall... like a... really tall towers. Or in really tall windows. And then this one would be even taller because it's in perspective. And it's closer. And this one would be even taller, which obviously I'm not going to paint the whole thing. But we can do part of the door, maybe. And so what if we did like steps here? Something like that. Maybe some steps here. Oh, that step doesn't look right. And then here, just draw our line up. There we go. I kind of like that. That's some sort of... Okay, these people look very tiny now. Or they're very... Yeah, they look very small. So now we're going to change that also. Maybe back here, there's some green lights in these buildings. I feel like the green lights could be cool. Maybe there's also green light here. And then if there's green light here, maybe there's green light touching on the... very ominous green light. You're doing good, says Omi. Oh, that's good to hear. Glad to hear it. If anybody's lurking on the old YouTubes or Twitch, hope you're having a good lurk and hope your Thursday is going well. Okay, I like that. And then what about this? So what's happening? Is this like a city of some sort? Some sort of... Maybe there's some statues. This could be a statue. I'm just drawing shapes. Nondescript statues. This ground looks like it's rubble, and I'm not sure I like that. So I'm gonna smooth this down a bit. Just because a lot of times when I do like these chicken scratch marks, they make it look like everything is ruined and like old wreckage and rubble and stuff, and that's not what I want. Okay, now. What? I think we want to put... I want to put some people in the scene. Let's make lots of people. Some people over here in shadow. Just different sizes, different shapes. We're going to be mostly at eye level, so they can all pretty much have their heads at the same place. Generally speaking, if you're at eye level and everyone else is also at eye level, then your head will be where their heads are if they're the same size as you. Right? So if this is like a person, I mean, it kind of made it look like, yeah, that should work. Okay, maybe this person... could move here. And then maybe another person here. I'm just kind of making some vague human shapes. Nothing, you know, nothing fancy. They don't have to be... Also, these people do not have to be in dark, in black. I'm just kind of making them... just starting them out pretty dark. Okay, that was an awful shape. Let's go like that. There, now they kind of look like they're walking or something. Everybody's wearing cloaks, I guess. And then what about here? Is this gonna be maybe there's some water or something? It could be like a fountain. Maybe there's some water coming off of this thing. I don't know, something like that maybe. I don't know what's happening over here, though. We could go like this, and then put like one of those thingies up top. I don't really know how fountains work, but something like that could work. The only issue there is now that we've created this bright spot. But yeah, if anybody wants to share what they've been working on lately, if you've done anything, whether it's for, you know, could be classwork, could be personal work, could just be something that you're proud of that you did a while back. Doesn't have to be any time recent. Always excited to see what people are working on. Also, I think, can somebody test something for me? No, actually, wait. Omi probably can't because they're on YouTube. But okay, I'm gonna test it myself. So I'm gonna do the thing. I'm pretty sure if I ever start rambling a lot, which I do, I ramble a lot. Also, am I lagging? I might be lagging. So I'm gonna try something. If you go to rant and you redeem rant, does this change my scene? Oh, it still doesn't. It still didn't work. Why didn't it work? I thought I fixed it. It didn't do it. Why not? OBS Studio. Not connected. OBS is not connected. Why is it not connected? It was last time I did it. Connect. Status. Streaming. Now it's connected. Okay. Not recording. So I have to manually connect it? Okay, I think there's a way to do it automatically connect it. Okay, well that... Now, can I redeem it again? I don't think I can, because it's going to tell me that I can't. Let's remove the... Okay, sorry, I'm troubleshooting a thing here. So let's go to manage rewards. I'm gonna try to troubleshoot this on stream because I really want to get this working today because I think it's funny. Because I'm bad at like knowing when I'm rambling. Manage channel points. Rant edit. Timer will do 0 minutes. If this works. Oh, you know what? Let's go 15 minutes. And then save. And then rant again, edit, and then just toggle off. There we go. Cooldown limits. No, none. Save. Okay, so if this doesn't work, or if this does work, I should say. It still didn't work. Why not? That worked. Sorry. I'm for those of you either watching the VOD or on YouTube right now, if you're trying to understand what I'm doing, I am I am trying to make it so when somebody redeems the rant reward, that it changes my scene, and it's not doing that right now. It's... I don't know what's happening. I thought I had it all fixed. Edit trigger. No. Edit subaction. Connection. OBS. Ooh. Ooh. Did that work? I think I got it. Hold on. Let me edit. Let me redeem. Rant. Nope, still didn't. Well, that's a bummer. I don't know what's happening. Also, apparently Twitch is undergoing a brief planned maintenance on analytics features. Please check back again soon. I don't know what that means. I don't know. I don't think that does anything. I don't think that affects what I'm doing. Well, that's okay. I don't mind that it's not working. Now it's just a redeem thing. But anyway. Okay, so back to our regularly scheduled broadcasting of me just painting. I'm not sure what was going on. Also, who here has their time changed? And who hasn't had their time changed yet, actually, is the question I want to ask. Because I know if you're in Europe, you haven't had your time change, right? But if you're in the US, you have had your clocks change. Oh, I like this orangey color. But yeah, we had our clocks change last week in the US. We went forward in time. Okay, I don't think I like that. It's too... I mean, it's pretty green. I think compositionally, I don't like it. This thing should be more in the middle if we want that there, or not here. Europe hasn't changed yet? Yeah. I don't think Europe's changed. Missing an hour of sleep while sick is the worst. Also, hello. Hi, Pepperly. How's it going? Wait, is the time change global? What's the reason behind... So every year, depending on where you are in which country, most countries, not all countries, but a lot of countries, change their clocks forward and backwards so forwards in the spring and then backwards in the fall. Just like an hour to I think the idea is to basically make it so that you're not going to bed when it's light out and you're not waking up when it's morning, you're not waking up, if you wake up at, let's say, 6 a.m. Some places it starts getting light at 3 a.m. Well, the idea is you move the clocks back or forward so that instead of waking up at, instead of getting light at 3, it's now getting light at 4. Or instead of getting light at, it's just making it so that the hours that you're normally awake, there's more daylight in that time, because as the seasons change, the days get shorter and anyway, all that stuff. Anyway, and so most countries have some version of daylight savings. Some version of it, but it's different. So different countries and different places will change it at different times. Some places change. And some places don't change it at all, and so if you're in one of those countries, then the rest of the world gets all out of whack for you, and you're all out of whack for the rest of the world. It's just kind of a mess, and it's not fun. I don't like it, and it's doesn't seem like a good thing. Also, I recall that someone looked up statistics of daylight savings time and morning car accidents, and I'm pretty sure more people get in wrecks right immediately following daylight savings shifts because, well, I don't know, probably because they're tired and sleep deprived, but also probably because they're late for work because they overslept, and like there's like a spike of like people getting injured and stuff. And anyway, daylight savings time is stupid. It shouldn't be a thing. You know, also as somebody who basically just interacts on the internet, like, I don't need the clocks to make sense. Increase heart attack rate and suicides by 5 to 6%. Dang. I don't understand the suicides one, but I kind of, maybe the heart attack one's just more stress, less sleep. Seems like you'd be at risk. I guess if you were at risk of, or like if you were somebody who was struggling, daylight savings is going to only make you struggle more, and so that could be a tipping point kind of thing. I don't actually know. I wonder what the... I guess it doesn't matter because it's more... I mean, it does, but from like a science point of view. But like, I guess in some sense it doesn't matter. All we know, if that's a real effect, then it's a real effect. And like, you know, the why may be unknown, but we can still understand that it does happen, right? And so I feel like a lot of stuff in science is like that, where like sometimes we don't actually know why, but we do know that it happens. And so, yes, scientists will, and data analysis and stuff will try to figure it out, but you can still understand that it does happen, and you know. But yeah, sleep disturbance messing with health. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, anyway, there's a thumbnail. I like this thumbnail. But yeah, daylight savings time is dumb. Not just because, like, it has a measurably bad outcome on people, but also just because, like, why? Why not just, like, why not just accept the fact that, like, as it gets to winter, that, like, the days get shorter? And that maybe you'll come home at night, you know, if you work 9 to 5 or 9 to 6, you know, maybe you'll come home at 6 p.m. and it'll be dark. I did remove the 5-minute thumbnail sketch. I can add it back. I removed it last stream because I wasn't doing the thumbnails, and so but yeah, let me add it back right now. Let me add it back. Yeah, sometimes I try to remove the things that I don't want people to redeem during stream, and it depends on what we're doing. But yeah, there's no reason we can't have the 5-minute thumbnail sketch here. There we go. Should be on now. All right, 5-minute sketch, nice. All right, let's do a 5-minute sketch. As you wish, Pepperly. I don't know why I said it like I was annoyed at it. I'm not annoyed at it. I actually like the 5-minute sketch. It's fun. It kind of wakes me up. It gets my brain moving. Like doing stretches, kind of. Stretches for the old brain. Okay. Let's do this. Gotta paint fast. Here we go. You seem to enjoy... I do enjoy them. I enjoy them quite a bit. It's easy to sort of get into the... I don't know, into like a... like sort of tunnel vision sometimes when I'm doing thumbnails. It's easy to sort of get tunnel visioned, and then I can end up spending like 40 minutes just noodling on one thing without really changing it. And the 5-minute thumbnails kind of force me to snap out of that and go fast, and it's fun. Hello Stiller, says Mr. Big Cookie. Sending an early spring happies from Scandinavia. Hello Mr. Big Cookie, hope you're doing well. Hope Scandinavia is nice this time of year. It is spring. As much as I know most people like spring, I'm much more a winter person, and I'm sad because we didn't really have a winter where I live. Everybody around me was like, from all over the world was like sharing photos of their wintry days, and look, their first snow back in like November. And then there's me. I got like 1 day of snow and it stuck around for a good 3 hours and before it melted and it never came back. And that's it. It basically didn't snow here. It tried a few times, but it never stuck around. I was sad. Winter's my favorite time, and I didn't get a real winter. I see you've painted a bunch of similar paintings lately. They look like arenas, in quotation marks, for competitive card games. Sort of. Is that what you were going for? So, yeah, so lately, Mr. Big Cookie, I've been playing a game called Teamfight Tactics. And I wanted to do some top-down stuff just to practice it. And I was like, you know what, let's paint some arenas. But yeah, yeah, they're Teamfight Tactics arenas. It's very specific, very niche, I guess, but it's for a game I've been playing. And yeah, I thought it'd be fun. Because technically you can purchase or unlock, I guess. There's other ways to get them for free. But you can get, like, custom arenas. Or not custom, but, like, it's, like, microtransactions. I've never bought any, but I do have some additional custom ones. But I thought it'd be fun to do my, sort of do some fan art. So yeah, those were kind of fan art. I guess that's one way to think about it. Okay, let's do a 5-minute thumbnail sketch. Let's start the timer. Start. So yes, they were in fact, it was for a competitive, not a card game, but it was for kind of a card. It's very similar to Magic the Gathering in a way. It's very similar to drafting, I guess, not actually Magic the Gathering, but the limited format in Magic called drafting, it's quite similar to that, where there's like a pool of cards, and then you pick it. Technically, it's not cards in this game, but you from the pool you pick a bunch of stuff, and then it takes it out of the pool, and other people can't get it. But some of the things that you can get are slightly better or more rare in a sense than other things. And so, if you find a good rare early, you might build a deck around it and base your entire strategy around that. Although you don't have to, and that's like an analogy of the game. It's pretty straightforward. I thought the idea of the little glowing flowers wilting when you, like, I'm gonna guess, lose a life. Yeah, so that's actually, so in Teamfight Tactics, that's actually the wilting flowers are not health bars, but it's actually like a gold indicator, which is kind of weird and abstract and not going to make a lot of sense. But basically, you earn currency as you play the game, and it's a resource. It's a resource you spend to upgrade your units, and if you're winning, you can earn more of it. If you're losing, technically you can also earn more of it. But basically, there are various ways to earn this money, and winning is a big part of it. Winning helps you earn stuff. And so you kind of like, do you spend money? And also there's interest. So like if you spend money to upgrade your board, you might win, but you also may not earn as much interest. So like, or do you spend all of your money and then you have no interest at all, and now you're just dominating everyone, and that may not be what you want to do. But maybe, like, it kind of depends. And so, but like if you're spending all your money to upgrade your board and you're still losing, well, then you're just wasting money, basically. And so, but it's very similar to Magic the Gathering. Like, it probably doesn't sound like it based on what I just said, but it is quite similar. I believe ya. That's good. But yeah, no, it's a fun game. It's a free game, too, which is nice. I think it's nice. You don't play a lot of card games? Yeah, I mean, it's not technically a card game. It just has a lot of... I mean, it could be, but it's not. It's literally there is no cards in this game, but you could think of, there is an analogy to make, which is you think of the characters or the units that you buy as cards. So that does work. Oh, what just happened? Flamingo check. All right, sitting up straight. Sitting up straight. You know what? I do a lot of... let's open this scene up. Let's open it up. Good day, y'all. Hey, Drupzilla, how's it going? What do I want to paint here? I don't know. I'm just making shapes. You know what? Let's not just make shapes. Let's also make colors. Let's put some colors in here. Some colors that I don't normally use. Some weird yellowy colors. Doing good, just made food. Nice. Hope the food is good. Okay, I like this. And then these... some trees here. And then these could be very yellow. Right now I've been playing Super Auto Pets. The first few days I have that had the energy to game. Super Auto Pets. I don't know anything about that. Is it what exactly is it? It's, I want to say, Pokemon-esque. Gotcha. What makes it auto? Because the game I play is auto, in the sense that it's, some people call it auto chess, but it's like an auto battle type game. Which has nothing to do with chess, by the way. I don't know why it was ever called auto chess. That always bugged me. As somebody who does like playing chess, the game's nothing like it. But yeah, I'm liking this thumbnail. I like the colors a lot, actually. This is a really weird green that I'm using. And it's definitely not a green that I've used a lot of before. Like, it's a very weird yellow-green. It has a cool, I don't know, it has a neat color to it. Maybe we need some people in here. Oh, time's up. It's ochre? Kinda. It's more green, I think, than ochre, right? Or is, wait, is ochre... Wait, is yellow ochre different than regular ochre? Because maybe this is green ochre, and maybe it is different. Because this definitely feels a little more yellow. Lil Leo on YouTube, hello! Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. How's your Monday? Or, it's not Monday. It's Thursday. How's your Thursday? How's everyone's Thursday? Anyone doing anything exciting on the weekend? It's almost spring. Maybe people are doing stuff. I don't know. People have plans for the weekend. The thumbnail is giving me Palm Desert Oasis Bazaar. It does, right? Yes, it does feel like a Palm Desert Oasis Bazaar. Totally. Yeah, there's people shopping, looking around. Maybe there's a person sitting here. Can't really see them exactly. You're working on making a vending machine concept for your brother for his game. Oh, that's cool. Is your brother, is it like a personal project, or is this a I mean, I assume it is, but like, is this a thing your brother's been working on for a while, making a game? Crowpen, hello, welcome, welcome Raiders. We're getting raided by Crowpen. Welcome Crowpen, how's it going? How was your stream? Slime. Your name's hard to say. Welcome in, how are you? Throw some rugs in there and carpets with fruits, spices layered, and yeah, that's true. Yeah, we could totally do like different colors around the edges here, like overlapping shapes. Like a purple or something. And not actually purple, but just like a purple red mixing in with these colors. And then maybe there's other shapes like crisscross. So we have like a blue. And then this shape could have some shadows. So we have shadows under each of these. I don't know. Some carpets and stuff. I like that. Crowpen, I've been following you for a couple years. I don't think I've ever raided you before. Nice to see you. Well, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. I don't think I'm familiar with your work. Would you like to share? I'd love to see what you were working on. But yeah, this was supposed to be a 5-minute thumbnail, but it clearly, it says time is up. So clearly I have not succeeded in making this thumbnail in 5 minutes, but I do like where it's going. It's kind of fun. But yeah, I really appreciate the raid. Hope you're doing well, and hope everyone coming in is doing well. And even if you're not coming in and you've already been here, I also hope you're doing well. Okay, let's do another thumbnail. But yeah, I guess an introduction. My name is Joe. I do a lot of environment painting. And yeah, today I'm doing some thumbnailing. Last stream, for example, we did some map crunch painting. So some virtual plein air painting from Google Street View. And yeah, this was fun. But I don't normally do this kind of thing. This was directly from Street View, so, you know, mostly direct reference in all of them except maybe this one. And then these are more or less from imagination and just me sketching with lots of very bright colors and having fun. The van is really cool. Aw, thanks. That one is my least favorite because I know how bad the perspective is. But it was definitely the best one in the sense that it pushed me the furthest, and yeah, so I actually need to do more like that, I think. But yeah, it was fun. I definitely enjoy it. Here's a drawing you did recently, says Crowpen. Let's take a look. Oh, this is so cute. Is this an emote? This could totally be an emote. Okay, let me share. Hold on. First, let me turn off the timer thing. There. Look at this. This is so cute. This could totally be an emote. Your environments are so good, OMG. No, thank you. They're not that great, but thanks. Thanks anyway for the compliment. I'm just gonna be bad at taking compliments. Also, I'm hoping I'm not lagging. I'm dropping a few frames. Not an emote yet, but I've been love drawing birds. These are great. Chimpkin. Are they chickens? Yeah, they could be chickens. They do look like chickens. I'm bad at taking compliments too. Yeah, I mean, I think... I don't know. I ramble about this sometimes on stream. I think I'm not that bad at taking compliments. I feel like I'm only bad at taking compliments when I'm actively working on a painting and I am actively trying to like fix it or change it and you know, problem solve it. Because in my head, when I'm in the act of problem solving it, the thought process is basically, this is wrong, let's fix it, right? Or like, this isn't working quite right, what do I do to fix it? Or what do I do to make it work better, right? And so I'm constantly going through this sort of self-critique. And so when someone says, oh, it's so beautiful, I'm like, it's not though, because if it were, then it would be finished. or like, or at least to me, if I was happy with it, I would, you know, like, I appreciate that you like it, but when I'm actually working on a thing, it's like it's conflicting with my inner dialogue. Now, once I send it out to the world, you know, I put it on Instagram, someone's like, oh, this is beautiful. And I'm like, oh, thank you. Like, I have no problem taking a critique for a thing that I finished, because I've decided to send it out there. Or not a critique, a compliment, sorry. But yeah, I just have a very hard time taking compliments when they're in the middle. Like, if you wanted to say that these look fine, I would still be like, oh, thank you. Although I did kind of, to be fair, I did reject the compliment a little bit from the van, because I'm like, that one, I see problems. But no, most of the time, I think I'm pretty okay at taking compliments. That's what I tell myself anyway. Was that a hydrate? I think that was a hydrate. Mr. Big Cookie says, no, they're parrots. You like the eyes. Wait, are they parrots? I guess they do look like parrots. They do look like parrots. I don't know enough about parrots. For me, parrots are red. But I also realize not all parrots are that color. I was just reading Mr. Big Cookie's. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. They do look like they probably are parrots. I'm just taking care of the Twitch Tamagotchi. I like cockatoos, I think. I don't know much about birds. I didn't use reference, so I don't know what they're supposed to look like. No, this looks good. I think this looks like them. I'm not great at animal recognition and knowing what animals are what. Okay, I'm gonna do something a little weird. I'm making little shapes here. Just literally at random. These are nothing. These shapes don't mean anything. I'm literally just making shapes. And I'm gonna see if I can't see something in the darkness, in the shapes. I mean, this already is looking like a tree, right? But I don't know if I want to do that. I do want shapes up. Well, time for me to go. Thanks for stream. Yeah, thanks for being here. Mr. Big Cookie, I appreciate it. Thanks for popping in. Hope your rest of your day is going great. Take care, everyone. Yeah, take care of yourself. And also, Crowpen, if you have to raid and run or take care of yourself after stream, totally understand. Don't feel like you have to stick around. But I do very much appreciate you popping in. And thank you for bringing your community in. But yeah, I'm just kind of trying to, I don't know, mess around here. Sometimes I like to start with more or less scribbles and just see. Sometimes a shape pops out and I'm like, oh, that's a fun shape. And then I want to make it a thing. Like these, for example, kind of look like little trees. Or not little trees, big chunky trees. Actually, this is kind of a fun shape of trees. They're bigger on the top than on the bottom, which is not very tree-like. It's not a thing trees typically do. Good luck with the rap single. I am not making a rap single, but I appreciate it. If I ever do, then I thank you. I have your well wishes. Very much appreciate it. Maybe if you say it enough, people will start believing that I'm making a rap single. I think it would be kind of funny. Okay, so this painting is definitely some trees. And these are definitely the focal points. Maybe this is the same tree, and there's a big ol' cave. No, I don't know. I mean, I like the shapes, kinda. They feel very stylized. Like it could be from a very stylized video game. This is a tree that's fallen down. The other day I raided, who did I raid? Steve Sketches? No. Not Steve Sketches. Who did I raid? I raided somebody. I don't remember. I raided someone. Maybe it was Steve Sketches. But anyway, I raided someone last stream, and Carson, it was Carson I raided, right? Yes, it was Carson Druid. Yes, that's who. Pretty sure it was Carson. Anyway, I raided Carson last stream, and he mentioned a thing that I'm doing now, which is a lot of times you have like a shape that doesn't quite read as the shape that you want it to read. So in this case, it might be as, you know, this shape right here is supposed to read as a circle, right? Or as like a log. And so I could put details on it and to make it like a log, like I could render it, but that's kind of, it doesn't do as much. But instead, if I were to put the details selectively around, like, you know, here's a thing, but I put the details in a way that give that, like, I wrap them around the form. So I just put a few details in just the right spots. You know, maybe there's another one here and a one here, and because of the scale, suddenly the details can help show the form. So you put details selectively in the spots that are going to help show what the objects are. So like if you wanted to make something, like for example, this could be a cube, right? Or it could be rounded. And so depending on what I do with the contours, you know, if I were to put like a band around this, like I don't know, some sort of belt or something, or some strap that's wrapped around, that's going to help us know the form. So instead of, like, sometimes you can design shapes. Also, maybe these should be this way. Probably. So yeah, you can design shapes, and you can use like details like this, like things that wrap around the form to help show what the form is. Anyway, it's just a nice way of describing things and make it a little more clear to the viewer what they're looking at. It can be, you know, you can just do it with contours, but you can also do, like, Carson was talking about, like, you know, putting a bracelet on an arm, or it could be tattoos that wrap around the arm. It could be something that just helps show what the form is, right? Or if you have a shirt, it could be a striped shirt. Just put a stripe around it, something to help show the contours, because sometimes the things that you draw can be a little flat, and so details can be, you know, selective details. Not, you don't have to draw every single, you know, pattern on the shirt, or every, you know, if it's a checkered shirt, you don't have to draw every checker, but you could do it around the edges or where it turns the form so you can see a little better. Anyway, that's a thing that I was just doing right there a little bit. I mean, I didn't have to, I could have just put a contour, but, you know, could have put stuff around. Maybe this is a gate. There's a gate here. There, a gate, and That's in the tree. Maybe we have some other shapes here. I kind of want to do some dappled lighting. I think that would be fun. We did a little bit of dappled lighting last stream. Let's make some little shapes here. I do wonder, and I'm this is where I'm a little bit afraid of making it terrible. I don't know the best way to do this. So I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna add an overlay. I'm gonna add like a blue, maybe? Just do like a darker color in here. That's probably way too dark, but that's okay. It's not actually. This is more for me testing. It's not really gonna be a final or anything. And then, of course, maybe some up here. Something like that, maybe? Sort of. It's a little dark. We could probably bring in some, like, bounce light or something in here. A little bit of light somewhere. I don't even know if we need to be honest. We could go a little bit more green, although I don't know this. Maybe we should bring this off the canvas so that if there are leaves in here, we can just kind of imply that they're up above us. Yeah, just putting some green all in the ground. I figure if there's gonna be this dappled light, there's probably some green bouncing around. Not that green, but just a little bit of green. We don't have to have a lot of green, just a bit. I mean, we don't even need a bit. I could do this entirely without green. It might even look better. What about like a red? Kind of red-green autumn colors. It's not bad. Now, what about like a bright orange? Like a... Oh, no more color picking redeems? Oh, I could do a color pick redeem. Let me see. Here, let me turn them back on. I forgot to turn a bunch of them back on. Which ones are turned off? Pick a color for a thumbnail. There we go. It's back on. I turned it back on. Let me know if that works. Wait, did you do it? No, not yet. Okay. So, do I like this? I don't know if I like this. This one is a little bit dark. Maybe I want like a little bit of light shining in. Something like that, maybe? That way I'm trying to make, instead of showing the beam of light, trying to make this like, you're not sure if you want to pick a color. I can give you a freebie. What color would you like me to paint with? You're the only one here in chat right now, so I feel like I can give special privileges. It's not a big deal for me. But yeah, if you want to have a color, just let me know and I can probably work it in. What color should I paint with? So just throw some stuff out there. Hey Beverly, how's it going? Hope you're doing well today. Hope everyone's doing well. Like filtered through another object. Well, I was thinking it would be nice to see you do color through fabric or something, like filter. Oh, like subsurface scattering. You want me to do some juicy subsurface scattering? We could do that. One of my go-to is like weird, gross, like egg sac things with light through it, or like a dragon egg, and then you have like the light shining through. But yeah, no, we could do that. We could do like a fabric or something. I mean, that one would almost work in this scene, although I made it very bright, so probably not. Where you could get some subsurface scattering like behind these leaves. So like maybe some of the leaves are backlit and they're just like super vibrant. But I don't think that's gonna work in this one. Yeah, we could do that. Let's paint some stuff, some backlighting. Also, before I do that though, I want to make this make sense. I don't know. Is this too dark? This might be too dark. I think I made that too dark. As I say as I'm making it literally darker. Well, that's... No, I think it's okay. Sometimes when something's too dark, if you make everything else darker, it makes the thing that was too dark lighter in contrast. Not saying that's a good choice, but it is an option. It's nice to know what the options are. I think sometimes we just have like solutions in our head, right? Like a single... Oh, I should check YouTube chat. Sorry. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Hey Joe, did you saw the picture I posted on Discord? No, I didn't. Also, Omi says you should keep rewards for those who comment first, like free Nitro. Well, no. I can't do rewards like pay people stuff. Yeah, no, I can't do rewards like that, Omi, because that's I don't have a lot of money to throw around like that. But no, the rewards for people who do like first chatters and stuff, I don't know what those rewards would be, but they'd be something. I don't know. I'm not sure what it would be. Oh, hey Sarah. No, you I mentioned that like the first people to chat in the various platforms or something, like first person to chat on Twitch would get like some bonus or something, but I wasn't sure what it would be. And then Omi said you should keep rewards for those who comment first, and then in quotes they put like free Nitro and stuff. Yeah, no, that's not happening. But anything that I can give for free. But no, I did not see the picture you posted on Discord. Let me take a look. Sketches and works in progress, probably. Wait, okay. Are you Legend on Discord? I don't remember names. I think you were, right? Oh, this is really good. This is cute. I assume you're on Discord. I assume you're Legend. Okay. Yeah, this is really cute. I like it. Yes, I am Legend. Yeah, nice. I like it. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, and I don't typically share stuff like, or I don't typically share stuff on screen unless it's a raid. But if anybody wants to check out some of the work from people who have posted stuff in Discord, you should go take a look. There's some really good stuff there. But yeah, Sarah, how are you? Welcome in. Okay, let's do another scene, but this one's going to be very, very gray. Oh, yeah. Oh, you said backlit, though. Hold on. Yeah. Okay, we could gray and backlighting. But yeah, I hope everyone's doing well. What type of things would be good to be backlit? I mean, I always think of like dragon wings, right? Because like you could have wings or something up backlit. You could have banners, right? You could have like a bunch of stuff hanging, like signs or banners or clothes, and then they could be backlit. Right, so if this were like a scene like this, and then this was the light going like this, and then up here we had I'm just going to do some color dodge because color dodge is too fun not to do. You know, then you could do something like that, where you get these... where you get, like, the light poking through. Is that kind of what you mean? You were thinking about sun sails or something. I don't know what a sun sail is. Sarah says, doing all right. That's good. Glad you're doing all right. What's a sun sail? Let me Google. Let me Google a sun sail. I don't know that word. Sun sail. Images. Oh yeah, okay. That's just like a shade thing. A thing for shade. Like here, let me show you. For those who don't know. Those large fabric roofs that give shade? Gotcha, yes. Let me... Yeah, they still let some light in. It's like a diffuse light, so it's still shadow, but it's not... Yeah, so this is what I believe you're talking... Yeah, that's not a bad one. Yeah, that's letting light through. You can see it where the light's still coming through, but it's not enough to... but it's still casting a shadow, which is kind of neat. That's kind of cool. It's not a bad idea. We could do a little bit of both. We could have some of that and some fabric. So if we start just by... maybe we have some big shapes like this. I always like to start with the shapes being blocked out. They don't have to be, but I don't know. And then maybe we need some posts or something up here. Okay, now we can put in some lighting, maybe? Backlight, just kind of put it back there. I think the important thing is going to be establishing what color this is so that we know, for example, if this is like a... I don't know why I'm making these at a weird angle. If these are like a dark red, for example, then where the sun pops through is going to be like a bright red, right? And maybe a little warmer. And so it'd be like this, right? And so I think knowing what color the thing is going to help us establish what color it's going to be when the sun pokes through. And so I think painting it early with that light is going to be nice. That doesn't look like it's in light right now. Probably helps because we don't know what direction the light's coming from. I haven't figured any of that out. So let's figure this out. Lots of fabrics are going to be hanging down. Maybe. I don't know. Where are we? What could this thing be? I don't like the shape that I made. I don't like it at all. In fact, we can do better. I mean, so here's like an alleyway type thing. We could do an alleyway with like these things hanging down. And then some of them... And then as you go further back, some of them have light. I don't know. Similarly, this could also be just blocked off. I don't know. I'm not sure what I want to do. Sometimes just playing with stuff, you know, playing with that color dodge. Getting some fun colors in there could go a long way. Something like that actually isn't a bad idea. Put some light up here maybe too. And then down here we could have almost the same color, right? Like we could have like a very red ground plane because that sun is going to be poking through that red canvas stuff. And so you get all this red on the ground. Like super red shadows. And then in here would be where the light is, right? Like a direct light. But then in some spots, we're also going to have a blue shadow, right? Like a bluer shadow where the red doesn't hit, right? Like where just the sky is hitting. I think that's not bad though. And compositionally, maybe we bring this back over here somehow. Does this kind of work for that idea that you were thinking of, Drusilla? With the thingies hanging down? Light poking through? Oh, I don't want to do too much goalposts. But some back here's fine. They're far enough away that it's okay, I think. Okay, here we go. I think that's nice. And then maybe we can put some people in here, because you know what? Why not? We're putting people in all these images. This person can help establish the the scale. Little feet. Head. Trying to make their heads fairly consistent. So like if I want to make someone's head here, but make it really big, I could do that, but then they just have to be, the rest of their body would be proportional, right? So you could do something like that. These thumbnails are very Oriental themed, are they? I don't feel like that. This one kind of has a little bit of like, definitely like something like that, because like, yeah, like bizarre type things, like with the desert kind of. This one though, I don't know if that one does. This one doesn't at all. This feels straight up like, I don't know, not at all. Yeah, these definitely feel desert climate though, for sure. Right? Like tropical oasis kind of thing, and sort of like, yeah, like deserty somewhere over there. This one doesn't though. I feel like these two sort of, they're looking cool. Thanks, Skittle. Yeah, I'm having fun with them. I'm just it also probably doesn't help Druffzilla that I tend to paint a lot of my characters just like generic looking people, look like they're in robes. And so they kind of have that, like, you know, those long clothing. So they kind of could look like that, I think. And it's not really intentional. It's more just the shapes kind of, because they're easy to draw. It's easy to put people in robes. Can Oriental refer to desert? I mean, so I assume they were talking like Middle East type thing, like not necessarily, or even like India or something, which technically I don't think that refers to Oriental. I don't know. I don't know what they meant by Oriental, to be honest. And I don't know what they meant by any of these being Oriental. I was thinking more like Iran, Pakistan, that kind of thing. I wouldn't think of this as, oh, I didn't know it could refer to all of it. I don't know if it does, or it probably doesn't. I was probably wrong. But no, yeah, I don't think of any of this as like Asia, really, other than yeah, I don't really know, but for some reason I just assumed that they were thinking what I was thinking, which is this feel more like deserty vibes, but not Asian. I don't know. I don't think of this as Asian. Like, it doesn't, even if there are places technically in Asia that are kind of this vibe, but I don't think of this as Asia at all. Orient equals East. Occident equals West. Okay. Well, okay, so you obviously did not mean what I thought. So yeah, I'm actually curious now. When you said they looked Oriental, where do you think, like, place of origin, where might these things be? Because I don't see it at all, to be honest. Like, Russia is technically half Asian, yeah. Feels like Afghanistan. That's what I felt like, Omi. Yeah, so technically it's Asia, but I don't think you would call it Oriental. I don't even know, is Oriental even PC, like, politically correct at all? I don't even know. That might, for all I know, I have no idea. But yeah, no, this feels more like the part of Asia that's like Afghanistan. This doesn't give me the vibes of Asian at all. In the more like, yeah, that part of Asia. Anyway, I don't know. Kiki Nick says looks kind of Middle Eastern. Yeah, to me it looks much more Middle Eastern. Anyway, no worries. It wasn't really supposed to be any of that. It's just I was making shapes and they happened to look deserty and sunny, and they kind of are wearing longer clothing, which is very common. So, yeah. Contishu says, that one reminded me of Wuthering Waves Septimont, to be honest. Septimont. Wuthering Waves Septimont, to be honest. But gorgeous art on the bottom right there. That's really talented. No, thank you. I appreciate it. I don't know what is that? Wuthering Waves Septimont. I don't know that word. I don't know any of those words except waves. I know what waves means, but yeah. And Sarah says, I'm so excited for Orbis to come out, so I have a quick reference book for every single country in the world. Oh, nice. That's fun. Either way, 5 is really pretty. Thanks. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what I want to do with it. I might end up just making it darker like I do everything. Not really. I don't always make everything darker, but I do feel like it needs some deeper, like, reds and purples. Just a little bit in some of the... just to imply some, like, occlusion. Am I watching videos on Sunday in Discord? Yeah, I think I will. I think I'll watch some videos on Sunday in Discord. That was a question from YouTube. Yep. I didn't do it last Sunday, so I think I can do it this Sunday. What do we do for color here? Maybe there's like another, like a tan or something? I don't know. Sarah says, the term Middle East always confused me because it's not in the middle of Asia, it's in the west of Asia, but then I realized the term was created from Europeans and Americans or measuring it in relation to what they considered the West. Yeah. I mean, when you have a globe that is a circle, essentially, calling one thing the East and one thing the West is kind of silly. Like, you can keep going east forever and you can keep going west forever. There is no, like, where do you divide it, right? Like, that's is kind of silly. And so obviously it's from a perspective of wherever we drew the lines and then marked one of the lines as like 0 and then everything else goes from there, which, yeah. So it's a little stupid, but whatever. We have Eastern and Western hemispheres. I mean, isn't that based... What is that based on, though? Like, where is the line... I don't actually know what determines where that initial line was drawn. But if it was based solely on the prime meridian... But, yeah, how is the prime meridian established in the first place? Based on... It goes through the poles? And then... Okay, I'm gonna demonstrate my lack of... No, I'm gonna have to reconstruct my knowledge of this, because I don't remember. Okay, so you have the globe, right? It's on an axis, 23 degrees. 23 degrees. We have an equator. Yeah, I get the equator because it spins, right? So you can measure half and half, right? That seems pretty easy because they can spin on that. How are we dividing it this way, though? Is it just the line that goes through perpendicular through the equator? Is that how you decide? No, because that line could be anywhere, right? How are we deciding that the East and West hemisphere? I actually don't know. Okay, let me Google prime meridian. The poles. Yeah, I got the poles. Yeah. But the poles could be divided anyway. Maybe I'm dumb. Hold on, I'm missing something. There's a gap in my knowledge of the planet and how we have determined Like, okay, what is the prime... Define prime meridian. The prime meridian runs through Greenwich, England. So is this isn't a geological feature? This is arbitrary, though, right? Am I crazy? This is like I guess my point is deciding that it goes through 0, 0, right? Deciding because they start at 0 degrees and they go around and there's degrees. I'm saying, and you're saying it because it's 0, it's the half mark, and that's the halfway point, and therefore that divides into Eastern and Western Hemisphere. I'm pretty sure it's arbitrary, right? Like, I'm pretty sure that's just like English people were like, we're on 0, let's make it 0, and then from there it'll go, and when you get halfway around, that will be the dividing line because it'll be half of the globe. I think so. North and south makes sense, right? This part and this part make perfect sense to me. That is not arbitrary because that would be the bisector of it spinning on its axis. But the other direction is arbitrary, where we start at 0, calling this point 0, and then counting out, around this way. I don't know what it divides into degrees, right? And then goes up, right? That feels... No English people were harmed. It was agreed upon by 25. Yeah, I mean, at some point you just have to agree on something, right? I guess my whole point is that East and West on the world is arbitrary. That's made up. It wasn't just... we might have agreed on it. People might have agreed on it. But my point is... Sorry, my point was that the East and West is arbitrary, surely. And that is arbitrary. Calling something the East and calling something the West is not the same as saying the Northern and Southern Hemisphere. The Northern and Southern Hemisphere are geographical distinctions because they bisect the planet on the tilt, right? On with the way it spins, if you were to draw a line through the planet. The other direction, East and West, is not a geographical thing. That's a human made-up thing. Yeah. There's no other way to do it, but that's what I'm saying. When people... Our earlier discussion about the East and West, you said it always confuses you because it's not like the Middle East is West, or is in the middle of Asia, it's in the West, and then you realize the term was created by Europeans and Americans. We're measuring it in relation to what we considered the West. Yeah, I mean, the whole concept of what we consider West and East and everything, that is just arbitrary. So, I mean, in a sense, I was agreeing with what you said earlier. But the North and South one, that makes sense to me. The other one is okay, yeah, we had to decide something, but we could also just be referring to each other as oh, I'm on the whatever meridian and you're on the other meridian, and whatever. We could use the degrees that we're at and just state it rather than being this is these Eastern people and these Western people, as if they're I don't know. I mean, yes, there's history there, and that makes, culturally distinctions, but yeah. We need baselines and we need agreed upon terms, and that's totally fine. I have no issue with any of that. It's just, it is kind of acting like it's these super clear distinctions as if it's well, of course it's the East. One's the East and the other's the West. Yeah, it's entirely a human construct. So yeah, anytime we talk about differences between the East and the West, it becomes kind of stupid because the line initially was arbitrary, and so now acting like these distinctions are gonna also follow that line would also be stupid. That's, I don't know, feels a little dumb. Also, these things should be warmer. Let's make this Yellow, not yellow. Color. Orange. There. Just warming it up a bit. Yeah, I understand, Sarah. You need an established way to communicate. I mean, just like time, right? We decide that a certain time of day is going to be this time of day, and, you know, like at some point you have to have agreed upon standard, and that's good. It's good that we have that. But if we're making comparisons between geographical region or cultures that exist in different regions, using the term East and West is not, like, there's no reason anything would also follow that line that we made, because that line was arbitrary, right? If you want to talk about differences between things that exist in the Northern Hemisphere or things that exist in the Southern Hemisphere, you could sort of chalk it up to, like, well, there could be geographical reasons those things exist, and, like, you could actually potentially try to draw some comparisons. But trying to draw comparisons between arbitrary cultural differences is, like, there's no reason to assume they would follow that same trend, because we just drew that line. That was the point I was getting at. I think I didn't make my point very clear. That's okay. But yes, lots of things are made up, and they're human-made up things, and they're good. And they're good they're made up, because we need a way to talk about things. Just like most things. That's that's the only way we can talk about stuff, right? Just like in art, like warm and cool colors. They're relative to each other, they aren't objective, and there's no, like, way to measure this color is warm. Like, warm compared to what? Like, nope. It's a made-up thing, and yet it's super useful. I think you can absolutely draw comparisons when we have country and continent barriers. Well, the differences will be between the continents then, or between the natural barriers. But East and West hemispheres cut through continents, don't they? Like, especially in Africa. I know we like to pretend that, like, Eastern is like Asia and Western is like Europe, but then you have things like Russia, which is technically Asia, but also, you know what I mean? Like, it's not, there are these parts where it's not super clear because it's arbitrary. There are some spots where it understands. Yeah, it is. That's why I was saying I was agreeing with you. Yeah. It is weird, and it's kind of funny that, yeah, I totally agree. It is sort of silly that we have these terms. Great depth of scene. Hey, Casey, how's it going? Casey, hope you're doing well. YouTube. Sorry, I'm missing chat. I don't see any chat, actually. If you watch your left side, it means you're reading Twitch chat, and if you're watching your right, it means you're reading YouTube chat, isn't it? No. They're actually on the same chat, Omi, so I actually have my chats both here. The problem is sometimes I will not be looking at this screen, and I'm actually looking at a different screen. But yes, so there are YouTubers chatting, some of them, like Omi. But no, they're actually in the same place. Technically, they're right next to each other. This is, when I'm here, when I'm looking at this, I'm talking, this direction is my art. This is me painting. This is me reading chat. So both chats are in the same place. I just was bad, and so sometimes I will look at the other chat. Hey, Charzia. Sometimes I'll look at the only the Twitch chat and not the YouTube chat. Yeah, so the only problem with that, Casey, is for some reason I can't get it to show all of my redeems unless I have a sound cue. It for some reason doesn't show me. I think it's some setting that I clicked. It does, like, if somebody does like a hydrate redeem or something, or like a 5-minute sketch redeem, some of them I haven't made sound cues for, and I'll miss them because I don't see notifications. Or if someone does like a stream streak, I just don't see it because it doesn't pop up on that, which I don't like. Amazing color as always, by the way. Oh, thanks. Casey says, it's going, just trying to make progress on my projects while you hang out. Nice. Weird, I'm looking at using Atom, but I usually use my mod view for alerts and notifs anyway. Yeah. Well, my issue is that I want it all in the same... I mean, I could look at that, actually. That's not a bad idea. I don't even know where that is. Alerts. No. Stream Manager. Activity feed. Yeah, that's true. I could do that. That's probably a better way. But then I can't see if something goes wrong and I lose frames. Whatever. Twitch.tv/moderator/jslow30. Yeah, so the problem with this is that I can't also... Oh god, I hear myself. Oh no. So yeah, the problem with this screen is that I want to be able to see my OBS also, so that if I crash, I know I've crashed. So like, technically there's 3 screens I want up, right? I want to be able to see the thing on my OBS that says how many frames I've dropped, and like, you know, that way if I, for whatever reason, get the hunch that I've not connected, I can look and see like, oh, I'm lagging and I've disconnected. So that's nice to know. But then I also want chat, which I can have that overlaid, which is easy. But then I miss all the notifications. So I don't know. How many screens do I have? I have 2 screens. I have 2 screens, and I still haven't figured. I have I use a chat app called Twitch Chat when which I run in an OBS browser dock. Okay, that's probably the way I should do it. I should probably find a way to embed it into the OBS docking. That way I can still have OBS up, because currently I have OBS and I have another window over the top. I don't know. It's a mess. It's not... I don't have a good setup. Never have. Anyway, I'm gonna keep painting. Gonna keep painting because I don't know what else to do. Not that I should be doing anything else. No, I'm having fun today. Let's see. Let me do another. Let's do another thumbnail. I'm gonna paint a lot of grays in this one. Some gray yellows. Oh, you mean the actual live chat? No, because I use combined chat, right? So I'm combining my the YouTube chat and the other chat. So I need a window separate for that. I don't think there might be a way to dock it into OBS, but I don't know how, because I'm bad at streaming. I'm not a professional, unlike Casey, Snow, and Skittle. And apparently Sarah. All of you guys are more pro than I am, because you have all figured this thing out. But no, yeah, so I have... And then also the notifications and stuff, I think I don't have. So yeah. Basically, nothing in my stream is docked, and it's all a mess. It's just a big old mess. You're not a pro, you wear a mask? I am not a pro, I have no idea what I'm doing. Okay, glad to know. Glad to know I'm not alone. Literally can't stream art anymore because I can't figure out how to get the lag to stop. Oof. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, I've been dropping frames today. I think it's the heat. I think as the temperature warms up, my computer overheats a little bit. Just ever so slightly, it starts struggling. It's not enough to like ruin everything, but even already, it's like it gets progressively worse as the year goes on. And so yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a. I mean, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure it's a heat-related issue. How hot is it? It's not that hot, but just like my PC temp. Is that what you mean? How hot is my PC? ISP is Internet Service Provider. So like Spectrum. But no, I don't think it's an ISP issue. I mean, my ISP does suck too. No, the environment. Oh, it's not that hot right now. It's not that hot for me. It's a pretty. I mean, it's only 1 p.m. Let's see. Let me see what temperature it is in my small town. It's only 48 degrees, so it's still pretty cool. Or in real units, that is 9 degrees Celsius. Or 48 degrees in freedom units. Fahrenheit. Yeah, no, the Celsius is the better unit, let's be real. Although I will say I do, and I always bring this up, I actually do like Fahrenheit for outdoor temperature quite nicely. It's not as good for cooking and science, but if you're just measuring it by feel and vibes, I actually like Fahrenheit. And I don't think it's just because I'm American, but because I actually prefer metric for almost every other thing, which I don't use metric, but it's still better for just about everything. Except for temperature. Weather temperature. That's the only thing that I think Fahrenheit does better, or that American units do better. You have no problems any times other than running OBS? Yeah, that sucks. What's playing? What is playing? What's playing? What are you asking? What are you asking, Charzia? Hi, Charzia. I think I already said hi. Have you cleaned your computer yet? What do you mean yet? I have not cleaned my computer recently, if that's what you mean. Just vacuum your case, it does wonder. Yeah, it's probably that. Oh, what song's playing? Oh, here's the playlist. Is that it? Yeah, there you go. That's the playlist. And I'm at minute 41 on the song. But yeah, that's the music that I'm using right now. The thumbnail with the trees is beautiful. Thanks. Yeah, no, I like this one. Yeah, I like the thumbnail with the trees. I think they're nice. It's nice. Or do you mean this one? You haven't cleaned your computer in years and waited it was full of cat hair? My computer, I don't have a cat, but it's probably full of dust and dirt and stuff. So yeah, I need to just vacuum it. That's a good point. I'll do that. It probably is a little dirty. Let's add some occluded stuff. Some shapes in here. What about shapes like... some very chunky shapes, how about? Sarah said, or Skittle asks, what pixel resolution do you work with in Photoshop when you do art? Usually at least 3000 pixel on canvas, sometimes 4K. Yeah, Sarah, I hope you can figure it out. I don't know. Obviously, I can't really, I don't know. I'm bad at troubleshooting when I can't fiddle around with stuff. And even when I can, sometimes I'm still bad at troubleshooting. But it's definitely, yeah. I can't help you. I'm bad. I'm bad at the solving issues. I normally just click enough buttons until things fix themselves. And then I stop clicking buttons. And I'm like, there, it's done. Very good at tech here. You could call me a professional. But that would be the wrong term. Because I'm not. I'm bad. And that's okay. Alright, so what I'm doing here is I'm making some rocks. Nothing is quite like rocks. Rocks are great. Sarah says, I fiddled with Photoshop settings and OBS settings in various ways, but I also know it's not Photoshop's fault because the slowdown happens with general cursor movement, even if Photoshop isn't open. Yeah, I don't know, Sarah. So is it just too much, like maybe OBS is just too resource wait, what's the word I'm looking for? Resource intensive. Yeah, I don't know, Sarah. That sucks. Well, if there's anyone who's typically good at troubleshooting, it is Skittles. Skittles seems like he's good at that stuff. Skittles a good troubleshooter. Why do they call it troubleshooting? Are you shooting the troubles? Is that what you're doing when you're troubleshooting? Are you actually shooting troubles? I don't get the term. This is a very foggy, toxic environment. Good question. Very foggy, atmospheric. Come in here and add some super dark darks into here. You kill troubles. Shoot them dead with solutions. Yeah, something like that. That sounds very American. You shoot them. You got a problem with your troubles? Just shoot them dead. That's the American way. Yes, sir. just guns. Guns are the issue. Guns are the solution, I mean, not the issue. I'm a troubleshooter, sir. So silly. What a term. I do wonder. I bet there's somebody should a Twitter at do you guys know the YouTuber Rob Words? I think it's one of my favorite YouTubers. He just is like, I don't know if he's a linguist or whatever you call it, but he knows a lot about words, and he does a lot of research to like the origin of words and the history of like how words change and why and over time. And he basically, people just ask him word questions and he answers them. And it's awesome. But yeah, if you guys don't know that the YouTuber Rob Words, you should, because he's great. Pew pew. New emote idea? Wait, shoot him. Wait, what one? A troubleshooter with guns? No, I don't want guns for my... Is that what you're saying? Oh, Pew Pew. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, yeah. What is the name of the channel? Rob Words. It's just literally, so Omi on YouTube asks what the channel was called, and it's Rob Words. I think it's just that. It's literally just that. Rob Words. I could be wrong, but if you Googled Rob Words, he just goes over and like talks about words, basically. It's great. It's like the most low, like there's no drama. It's like I don't think there's drama on that corner of YouTube, which is great, right? It's not it's not like current events. It's it's not like it's art where there's occasional art drama and artists will like, chime in on the art drama. There is none of that. It's just a great channel. I'm just coming in here and outlining some of these. Just outlining these in shapes with the blue. Get this nice blue in here. Probably could do more shapes in here. More purple. More purple. Now what is this? What's going up here? Maybe we want this to go like that. And maybe this can go like, I don't know, cut across. Trying to figure out how I want to make these shapes look. We could do a big old shape up here. Something like that, maybe. I don't like that. Pepperly says, unfortunately, I don't know anything about Max, and the video codecs aren't usually available on it. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know anything about Max either. I've always felt, maybe this... What do you... Actually, I'm not even going to say that, because I'm ignorant on Max. I was going to say I always felt like PCs are easier to troubleshoot, but I don't actually know if that's true. I always just felt that Macs seemed like they were more closed off and hard to, like, understand what's going on in the back end, kind of. Who's Max? You don't know him? Huh. Thought everybody knew Max. I don't know what that means, but still it sounds like I'm hopeless. Oh no. Oh no, Sarah. Okay, maybe these could be some lighter shapes like this. You hate PCs in every single sense more than Macs, except when it comes to repairs. Not that I have the knowledge to repair a PC anyway. I only got a PC laptop so I could play more indie games. And playtest Suminos. Wait, so if you got it to playtest Suminos, did the company that you worked for, did they help pay for it? Because they totally should have. That would have been a deal. That would have been a great perk. Well, gee, I'd love to test your game if only I had a PC. No, because you're not technically required to playtest it? Dang. Missed opportunity. Probably not, though. But anyway. I've never owned a laptop, by the way. I've only had PCs. Or only had, like, desktops, I mean. Never a laptop. Okay, I like this one. These types of environments are fun for me. I'm a freelancer and freelancers never get anything. True. True, true. Omi says same. Only desktop, huh? Yeah, desktops. I mean, I feel like if I only had to have one thing, desktop is where it's at. Sarah says, back at Wonderstorm, I never got the chance to playtest our game. Only after it released did I get to play it, and unfortunately by that point, it only released on mobile file. I see. Okay, some of this I feel like I want to make darker. How do I make this more greenish? More atmospheric? More yellow, maybe? I like that. Just very yellow? What about a dark brown in here? It's kind of fun colors. Okay, so that's something. Excuse me. Okay, let's pick one of these and work on it till the end of stream. What say y'all? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 7? Wait, no, hold on. I'm missing numbers. Wait a second. Hold the phone. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There. Bye, Joy. I got your test. Good luck, Omi. Good luck on your test. Sarah says, I like being able to take it over to my couch sometimes, or even cafes. Yeah, so I totally agree with you, Sarah. I think it would be so cool to have a laptop so you could just go and sit outside and take it to a cafe, or like sit on your couch, right? That sort of freedom would be so nice. But I feel like if I'm just gonna have like a primary thing, I've always felt that like desktops are just, they feel like they're more robust. Also, not moving them makes them last longer, probably, is my hunch. And I feel like with laptops, stuff can go wrong. So yeah, anyway, I always just felt like I would want a desktop as my main PC, and then anything extra could be like a laptop, but I've never had another one, so yeah. Okay, I'm going to make a straw poll. 1 second. /poll. I'm just going to put it straight on Twitch chat. We're not going to do a straw poll. Your battery is pretty old at this point, so I only get about 2 hours when not plugged in. That's usually enough. Gotcha. Hello, beautiful people! Ronnie the Zombie, how's it going? Alright, here is... I like how my camera flips from this side to that. It's so stupid to have my webcam flip in one screen, but not the other. You will never know which is the real one. Actually, you can probably tell. There's probably a way. Like, the book in the back is going to be flipped, and so you won't be able to read it. Hello, did I join just in time? You did join just in time. Let me know which one you want to work on. There should be a straw poll going... Not a straw poll. You voted for 2, but it's still at 0%. You were robbed. Well, that does sound bad. Okay, I'm gonna vote for 2 also. Now it went up. You were robbed last time? Wait, how did you get... Wait, how does that work? Is it just stealing your votes? You're telling me Twitch doesn't have an airtight voting system? Sometimes it happens. Oh, it went up now? Can't tell if that was because of me or other voters. I voted for 1. Or I voted for number 2 as well. Maybe it was extremely delayed? Yeah, maybe. Probably not. Pepperly voted for it, but it said it voted for the one below it. What? That is so rigged. You can't say for sure, but you swear you saw number 4 go up when you voted for 2. What? So does 2... So should 2 have more votes than it should? I clicked 2 last time and it voted for 3, and 3 ended up winning. What? Is this real? Wait, so how many people today voted for number 2? Because I voted for 2. Sarah voted for 2. Did anybody else vote for 2? I feel like maybe number 2 should be in the lead right now. Or is this just me having a conspiracy theory moment thinking that it's rigged? I'm thinking it's rigged when it's not. You voted for 4? Okay, well 4 has some votes. We've got about 2 minutes left. Okay. Rest in peace, number 5. That's all I can say. But yeah, if you are just tuning in for the first time ever, or not for the first time ever, if you'd like to vote, you can do that on Twitch. Which is twitch.tv/jstiller30. Which I think everybody knew that, because that's where I'm streaming, so I don't know why I'm saying it like that. It delays when people vote at the same exact time. Oh, interesting. Okay. That's why big streamers have long polls? Oh, is that why? I didn't know that. I feel like that's not a problem with this stream. Not too much, anyway. As long as it's long enough for the votes to come in. Okay, well, it looks like it's a two-way tie between 3 and 4. Just a few more seconds left. If anybody wants to last-minute vote for 2, it'll be a 3-way tie. And then we'll have a tie break. Also, my eyes hurt. I've been staring at a screen too long today. Ugh. Okay. And they're almost in. Last second. It's a 3. Wait, 4-1. 4-1, just in this nick of time. Alright, number 4 is the winner. That was close. Okay, we'll go with 4. I'm not sure what we're going to do. Maybe I'll combine them in some way. Photo finish? Seriously? I think some people wait till the very end intentionally so that they can rig the vote in their way. Not really rig it, but you know what I mean. 1, 3, and 4 were tough to decide between for me. Great lighting and all of them? No. Okay, so yeah, we're going to go with number 4. I think number 4 will be fun. It needs a lot of life added. Right now it feels kind of dead. Dead inside. Or no, not inside. It just feels dead. Feels like there's not a lot happening. But that's okay. We'll figure it out. We're going to go here. And then there. And then crop. And then this. And make it larger. This is the right one, right? Just to be clear. I think this is the one that won. Pretty sure. Okay. Hey, we're getting raided! Art Jack, how's it going? Welcome, raiders. Welcome, welcome. I'm gonna wait a few seconds because you're probably stuck in pre-rolls because that's how it works. Because I have pre-rolls on, but no actual ads. Hide the pizza! Hey, Art Jack! Hide the pizza. Ronnie the zombie. There is no pizza here. I want pizza. That sounds like a good after-stream food. Pizza. What were you up to, Art Jack? Would you like to share what you were doing? Welcome to Raiders. My name's Joe. I paint stuff, mostly environments, and today I'm working on this little thumbnail. We just voted, and this is the one that we voted on. We had a bunch of them. Here, let me show you the thumbnails that we did today. So these are the thumbnails that we did. We painted these just moments ago, and then we picked that one. That was the winner. These were all of them. And yeah, so we're going to work on this and develop it further, figure out the direction we're going. And, I mean, we already kind of have a direction, I guess, but now we're pushing that direction a bit more. All right, am I a professional artist? Kind of? Not really? I'm gonna say no, I think in the way that most people would mean it. I do earn some of my income through art and also through streaming, but not much. I do make some money from art. Yeah, but I don't think it's not my main source of income at the moment. So I'm gonna say no. I have done a bunch of paid commissions over the years. Yes. So I feel like I could be, but at the moment I don't consider myself currently that is not my main profession. It's a weird question because like I think I understand how most people would ask, and in that sense, like, I don't know. Sure, I'll say yes. Why not? Right? I think it's one of those things where kind of yes, but also like I don't know. It's weird. I mean, it'd be one thing if you've only done one or two, done two or three commissions, but with how many you've done it, I feel like it counts. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, I would say I have been, in the sense that I don't feel like I'm a super active freelancer, right? There are some years and some months even where it's like it almost feels like my full-time job, and then there's other like years or months where it feels like it's just a hobby, right? So it kind of it's a weird mix because I'm not like required to take every job that comes my way because I have like a day job that pays my bills, or a part-time day job, but I do need some money through art and streaming. So I don't know. It's maybe. Are you a pro? Maybe. Just non-answer. But no, what I'm doing right now is not for anything other than just my own enjoyment and coming up with little concepts and doing stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like sorry, it should not be that hard to answer that question. You are, says Art Jack, at the very least, a well-skilled artist who knows what they're talking about as evidenced by being able to articulate it each stream. No, I appreciate it. I was more asking about part of a studio company. Yeah, nope. I do not work for any studio or company. If I am a professional artist, I would be a freelance artist, or that's what you would call me. But currently I am barely that, because I am barely freelancing at the moment. Although I did just turn down a commission. Does that count? Does turning down a commission count as not doing work? Wait, if you are if you are rejecting work, does that qualify you as like you could be, but you're not because you're not actively taking the work? At what point can you call yourself the thing if you're not doing it? Anyway. Yeah, you're on that level at least? Oh, well, thank you. I will take that as a compliment. If you ever need recommendations, by the way, hit me up for work, that is. I'm not really actively looking super hard unless we are talking like studio and or company, like non-freelance work, like stuff that's more long-term or permanent. I would be more interested in. But I'm not super interested in freelance stuff at the moment. I mean, that's not to say that I'm not interested in freelance. It just kind of depends. Like, I'm sort of at the point where if it's a job that sounds really cool, I'll take it. Or like, you know, if I will look into taking it or apply or whatever you want to call it. But not everything. Also, why am I putting my shadows at different angles? That's not good practice. Shadows shouldn't be going different directions. Let's make them go this way, because that's a cooler shape. There. And then they'll taper off and be softer. When I studied for your BA in film, the lecturer said if you get paid once, you can put professional on. Yeah, I mean, I think technically I do put professional, like, I think on, it might even be on like my Twitter. You know, I do consider myself a professional if I'm looking for work because I feel like I can call myself that. But it's sort of when other people ask me, to me that feels like they're asking about my job. Like, what do you do for income? And for that, it feels a slightly disingenuous for me to say that I'm a professional artist, because that makes it sound like I'm earning my living from that. And this is actually a thing I know some people have, like a sort of a bone to pick with some like YouTube artists who don't, like, maybe they have at one point made something once for art, but most of their income comes from like selling courses or making YouTube videos. And if they're not actually working as an artist, sometimes it makes it kind of, there's like that weird line where at some point if a person, maybe they had a commission once and then they're like, I'm a professional artist, and then they're like, you know, their entire brand becomes professional artist does this, and it's like, well, you're not a working professional. Like, maybe you have been a professional artist, or you did it, but like, I feel like there's a little bit of a sleight of hand of like what they're talking about. It's shifting from like, this is what they do, to this is like, maybe they've done a thing just enough to call themselves that. And that's why I don't typically go around like, I'm a professional artist. Like, sure, I am, maybe, or I have been, or I could be, but like, I don't consider myself at the moment, like, that's not what I do, if that makes sense. Like, maybe a part-time, like, I'm a part-time artist, part-time other thing, and so I, you know, so like, yeah, I would say I'm a part-time professional artist, but it's not my entire income, if that makes sense. Anyway, silly little distinctions, I guess. Professional artist and career artist are the distinguishing thing. That's fair. Yeah, that's a fair way to say it. I don't know. At some point, it's just, to me, it's more about just context of what the person's asking. But yeah, right now, I feel like this place doesn't feel very lively. Let's add some shapes and colors and stuff. Also, Artjack, did you have any art tacks you wanted to share? Oh, you did. Speed painting today. Perfect. Sorry, I'm I went way back. Okay. Whoa, this is cool. This is cool. Look at that. Look at the dark and that lighting though. That cool blue lighting, or that bright cool blue lighting as a helmet. Also, I love those highlights on the back side of that helmet. Those really blue blues. That's cool. That's neat. This is nice. Artjack, you do great work. I love seeing what you do each time. Very cool. I also like all the little soft blues and stuff in there to show the details. Super nice stuff. If you guys don't know Artjack, they do a lot of great stuff. So much good work. I think this is what they were working on last time they rated us. Tons of different stuff. I haven't actually seen all these. I like this one a lot, actually. So much good stuff. Ooh, this is a fun one. Look at that action. These are great. Thank you very much for sharing. Kind of nuts this is done in 2 hours. Yeah, Artjack paints quick. He's a speedy one. Speedster. Speedy McSpeedster. No, I don't know. But yeah, no, very quick. But I think a lot of art, I mean, I'm not trying to take away from Artjack. I think once you get like some basic sort of fundamentals down, especially with like just painting, I don't exactly know Artjack's process. Do you start with lines much, or do you do very rough? Because I know like when I'm roughing in stuff, I can get to a stage like this pretty quick. And then if I want to really refine things, it takes me a little longer. But, you know, being like these, I think took me what, anywhere from 5 to 15 minutes, sometimes longer because I'm rambling. But, you know, most of, you know, I think this was a 5-minute thumbnail. You know, they're not like, obviously are not as polished, and, you know, Artjack's work has like literal material lighting and stuff, and as, you know, it's way more accurate, and this is just more of a blob. But I do think getting at something that looks decent down fairly quick is not super crazy far out there as like, you know, achievable kind of thing. But when it starts to get into like rendering and stuff, and you have to make things make a lot of sense, and that's where it starts slowing down, at least for me. You're still trying to learn how to do perspective? Perspective is tough. I did also, what am I doing here? Speaking of perspective, all this is more design, but I did a map crunch session last stream. So last stream we did some map crunching, which is basically Google Street View. And this one was so hard for me. It doesn't seem like it should be that hard because it's just a car, but it was so difficult. It's still not perfect. It feels like the car is out of whack in perspective. But yeah, this one I struggled with. Evening, Ultimate Sharky, how's it going? But yeah, no, these were a lot of fun. These were done from Street View. Each of them were very different. This is a really fun exercise, which is kind of like a build your own, choose your own adventure exercise, because it's painting from Street View. And for each of these, you can kind of like, this one I focused on process a lot, and that I started with literal pure black and pure white, almost no gray. And it was more of just like a compositional, like anything in shadow was black, anything in light was white. And I basically started this entire painting like this. And then from here, I started adding in color and subtleties. Whereas like this one, I didn't start that way at all. I basically just jumped straight into color. I started with like a darker foreground, some gradients, and but then I changed obviously this place doesn't exist in real life. And so I changed the the shapes and stuff quite a bit, right? Obviously, this place doesn't exist in real life. And this place, for example, does kind of exist, but there was a bunch of random stuff like power poles and lines and some of these trees were like that one was taller and this one was shorter and that one was taller. And so I kind of just like made the shapes and composition kind of cool, and I'm like, I like that. So each of these kind of had their own distinct focus. This one was sort of process and values and color. This one was completely color and composition. This was composition. This was perspective. And so they all kind of had their own things, which was really fun. So I highly recommend doing street view paintings. Very much recommend. So what's the brief today, sir? No brief today, just me painting. And this is the, I guess, so this, whatever this scene is what we're doing. So this is like some sort of street bazaar type thing. Maybe there's some things hanging down. Maybe some light poking through. Some cool shadows on the ground. Some people walking around with some clothing and maybe lots of colors. I wanna add colors to this scene. So maybe this person has some, maybe the shadow. So because of the, so there's, okay, let me talk through my thoughts. So I want to add a bunch of colors here, and I could add all the colors in the light, right? But I think what I'm going to do is add all the colors in the shadow. So I'm going to get some really rich and vibrant colors in the shadow. So maybe some purples, maybe some pinks, you know, some reds, very, very vibrant in the shadows. And then I will put some of that, right? I will put some of that also in the light, but mostly in the form of this very harsh light, right? So maybe stuff like that, right? So we will see some light, but most of the colors and vibrancy is going to be in the shadows, I think. I think that'll be a fun way to do it. Also, there needs to be more people here, so I'm just going to make some people. You were thinking of doing Plein April. Plein Air April. Yeah, I might do... Why is my nose itchy? I don't know. Plein Air April. It would be fun. I'm not going to do the whole thing, but I certainly will do plein airs or virtual plein airs in April. So, Google Maps or Street View painting. Everyone's wearing purple. I don't know why, but purple's a cool color, so we're wearing lots of purple clothing here. Maybe we'll add some variety. Maybe there's a person here. Okay, let's plan this out a bit more. Charlie says, okay, thanks for reminding me about Plein Air April. Reminds me of Ogrimmar from World of Warcraft. It's very cool, mate. Oh, thanks, Sharky. I appreciate it. I remember Ogrimmar. It's one of the few places I remember. I played World of Warcraft long ago, but I do remember that because I played as the Horde. I was a Tauren. What was I? A druid. I was a Tauren druid, I believe, when I first played, and I distinctly remember being in Ogrimmar. So yes, I remember that location. Maybe that worked its way into my psyche, and I remember the shapes that I'm painting is based on that or something. Yeah, Thunder Bluff. Yep. I remember Thunder Bluff. Does anyone know what kind of art challenges are happening right now in March? I don't. I have no idea, actually. But it's only March 12th, so you would think that if there are any, you could still join them. Maybe there's little thingies hanging down. March of the Robots? Marchitecture? Oh, maybe. Is that a thing? Marchitecture? That should be a thing. If that's not a thing, it ought to be. I feel like Marchitecture might be a thing. It used to be? Ooh, I kind of like this. These little angular thingies up here. These are going to be rugs. Like a bazaar. I don't know. Do people put the rugs on the ground? I think they do. I don't know if you walk on them, though. And these rugs can have different colors. Even to the point where I'm just putting the color on the ground. Not really worrying about anything. Just lots of saturation. That might be too much saturation. I love this concept art style. I wish I could do digital painting. It's very cool. What do you mean you wish you could do digital painting? Why can't you do digital painting? What makes you not be able to do digital painting? Like just not having a tablet? The only thing I think you really need for digital painting if you're looking to get into it is some sort of drawing surface. So like a Intuos or Wacom tablet or a Huion or something. And then just a computer to plug it into, basically. And then there's lots of free software, so other than that, you're probably pretty good. Let's see. You're a graphic designer, so I can do some vector work and cartoony stuff. Oh, gotcha. So you just mean more like skill-wise, not like tech issues. I mean, you know, start. That's where you just boot up an art program like Paint or Krita or whatever. There's a lot of them. Probably don't use Paint though. Krita works. I use CSP, but yeah, you can do digital art. You don't. I mean, yeah, you don't. Oh, Uji 200. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, that works. That works. I haven't heard of Uji in a while, but yeah, those are good, from what I understand. You may feel a bit rusty, or you may not feel like your skills aren't quite where you want them to be, but that's fine. That's, I mean, you gotta, you know, everybody starts at 0, basically, so no harm in starting. You heard it here, use MS Paint. I mean, I don't ever want to make people feel like they couldn't. If you believe in yourself, you could. You could use MS Paint. You know, I wouldn't recommend it, but Crit is good. This stream is inspiring me to give it more of a try. Do it! You know, I mean, I think... I mean, you know, you could try this kind of thing where you find places around you, maybe even, like, near your own neighborhood or something. You could do, like, street view painting where you have, like, a thing to work on. And if you already do graphic design... Like, you are more, especially for this kind of thing, where, like, there's a lot of simplification. Because, in fact, I think a lot of, like, this, for example, was sort of, I mean, this is a very low res, because I made it very tiny, so it doesn't lag my computer. But, here, let me go to MapCrunch. MapCrunch. Let me show you guys. So this, if you guys want a really easy exercise, or maybe not easy, but it's a fun exercise. If you go to a random location on MapCrunch, like this one. Here's a random location. I quite like this place. Italy. But you could just pick a random location, find something that you think is cool. Also, why is this not going forward? It's taking forever to get there. And then you could... Wait, we can't see it. Hold on. You could find something that you think is cool, like this little building, and then you could paint it. And part of the cool thing about this is that one of the, like, especially if you do graphic design, there's probably going to be elements of like, oh, this isn't very appealing, right? And so you might move the tree over to the left and make the building a nice clear silhouette. Oh, there's a weird tangent here. Also, what's this line here? I don't know. There's a weird tangent right here, and maybe you want to get rid of that. And so you raise the building up, and like there's a lot of like, or you could just paint exactly what's there and like, you know, find a nice composition. That's a nice tree. You could paint the tree just as you see it, or you can pick a view. Anyway, lots of cool things to do with that. And it's also because it's still like 2D, and then you could take a screenshot, and if you ever, you know, anyway, it's a fun little exercise. That way you're not just trying to make everything up on your own. Because I do think a lot of what I'm doing requires a lot of constructing. There's a lot of constructing and knowing perspective and being able to, I mean, you know, there's nothing wrong with just jumping in and making stuff for yourself, but I think this sort of like concept art stuff where you're just kind of, you're the one designing the picture, right? You're designing the composition, you're designing the subject matter to some degree. I think there is a lot more juggling of various skills. Not that the skills are all super duper tough, but it's just there's a lot of juggling of those skills. So I do recommend painting from, like, you know, life or from a photo or something. Or just make it up, you know, and then not worry about it. Lighting and color. Yeah, colors and lighting is tough, for sure. I like that boulder. That is a nice boulder. Yes. I also recommend just messing around with brushes for a few hours, not necessarily trying to paint anything. True. It never hurts just to mess around with stuff. I mean, I even think just watching people paint, for me, that was a big thing, because it helped me understand what is possible in each program. So that when I'm actually trying to paint, I'm like, oh, I saw an artist do this thing that was like magic, and it made the colors all bright and vibrant and cool looking. Like, how do I do that? Oh, I remember that was called color dodge. And then I can go in and like find color dodge, and I could Google it and see how other people use it. And like, just being aware of what is available in your art program is so useful. And knowing what other artists can do within. Even if you feel like you can't do it, it gives you sort of some stuff to practice, I guess. So that when you do practice... Also, what's happening with these things up here? I don't know. Where are they going? They don't feel like there's any logic here. Maybe this one's going that way, and this one's going that way? Yeah, there's no logic to these. Maybe like that. Do we want blue sky up here? That is the question. I think the answer is no, right? I don't think we want any blue sky showing. Maybe a little bit, actually. Maybe a little bit of cool light up there. Cake Quick says, watching people painting really helped me get an idea of how you could paint. Yeah, so I think, yeah, that's a big one. And also just like thinking about values, like when artists are painting and they're talking about values, it really is thinking about shapes and thinking about, yeah, shapes and form and sort of it's different than thinking about lines, right? But how did the TFT board turn out the other day? Oh, it turned out good. I'm not finished with it. Here, I'll show you. Wait, which one are you talking about? I did 2 of them, actually. So I did a TFT board. Here, let me switch my scene real quick. So I did 2 TFT boards. I did... Uh-oh, it's not loading. Hold on. Maybe this one? Okay, so there's this one. Did you see this one? Okay, yeah, this was the swamp. This one turned out pretty well. I posted this one to the TFT subreddit, and they liked it. It got a lot of traction, and that was more than I expected, and it was quite surprising, and it made me happy. And so happy, in fact, I made another one. And I have not posted this one yet. But this one is still a work in progress. I mean, they're all sketchy, right? These are all just concepts. But this is another one. It was going to be like a... There's going to be... I was thinking about putting like a fossil in here. Something like sticking up from the ground. And doing some sort of like underwater thing. And like having a bit of fossil like kind of in the ground. So yeah. Quick and dirty way to check values. Have a layer filled with gray on top, set to color, blending mode at toggle. Yeah, that's a way. If you're in Photoshop, there is a better way, but if you're not in Photoshop, you're in any other program, then yeah, the color layer set to black. It's not perfect. It is quick and dirty, but it works. If you're on Windows, there's an even faster way. So right now I am on Windows, and you can do this to just make it black and white while painting. It doesn't change anything. You can still technically color pick. It still picks your color. You don't have to like select a new layer. This is purely through Windows. If you hit this Windows mode and type in color filters, you can go into system settings. It'll bring up this menu, and then you click this checkbox, make sure it's clicked, and then it says press Windows key, logo key plus Control plus C to toggle color filters on and off. And that will just toggle your whole screen. Just like that. Super easy, super useful. It's not, again, it's the same thing. It's exactly the same function as going in here, or functionally it's the same, right? As color, setting it to a black layer, or white technically, and setting this to color, it's the same thing. So that, right? If I toggle color on, it does it. No difference. It's the same. So yeah, it's not a perfect way. What is that used for? So checking values is really useful because color is extremely prone to optical illusions. Let's put it that way. So when you think of color, it's very easy to sort of... How do I word this? It's like... Sometimes... So let me explain. So, okay, so value, so this is turning your screen to grayscale. Basically, it's checking your values. So values are like the lightness and darkness of a color, independent of the hue and the saturation. Yeah, color can lie to you. So sometimes color, you'll see like a red, but it's kind of dark. But your brain will say, that's really bright because red is bright. And like, it's not bright. And so it will be the same brightness as another color. And so if at a distance or at a glance, it'll make it not look like it's in light or shadow. Like it'll make those two colors look like they're the same. And so there's not a separation of objects. Because in real life, when you have light on something, it's much brighter, even if it doesn't look bright. So like a black object in the sun is still going to be bright. Like if you have a black object here, it might only be this dark, but if everything is done well, your brain is going to say, this is black, because your brain's going to understand that this is black, but it's not black. It's like a light gray. And same thing with red. Sometimes you'll see a red object, and you're like, that's red, but really it's a really, really dark red, or it's a really, really bright red because it's in the sun, right? It might be something like this. And so it's a lot of times when you're thinking about color without values, you're just thinking red is red and green is green, but it's not. Greens can vary from anything from this can feel green in the right circumstances to this can feel green in the right circumstances. And maybe none of them look green to you, but that might be the variation within a tree, and maybe you have a little bit of green here. That's what you would think of as green, but most of it might even be these colors. And so values is basically, you're just turning it to grayscale to make sure your painting still reads. Sorry, that was a bad explanation, but basically, your painting should read in grayscale. Like, if your painting doesn't work in grayscale, it probably isn't working in color. And a lot of times when you're painting, because you, the artist, knows what you're trying to do, it's very easy to sort of convince yourself that you can see what it looks like, because you can. And I guess the best way to show this are like optical illusions, probably. But there's also just a lot of examples where, like, when you are trying to paint something, your brain will be able to make sense of it. But that's only because you already know what it's supposed to be. But other people can't tell, and making sure the values are clear, right? So in this case, if I have a painting, this is why a lot of people start their paintings, and especially digitally, they start their paintings in grayscale, because they're trying to set up value. So like, here's an example. You can show an example of how certain colors really mess with your eyes if you don't. Yeah, so sometimes, like, for example, if you just pick a green and then you pick a red, here, let me do this. Right, so these colors to you might feel like, oh, they're very clearly different, right? They should be easy to tell. One's green and one's red. But the problem is, they're the same value. So especially if you get small, it's not... That is nowhere near the same contrast as, say, a dark green and a light red, right? And you might say, well, what's the difference? One's green, one's red. Well, let's make it black and white. Like, see how this one you can actually tell. These, they blend... Oh, sorry, you can't see that. Make it black and white, right? These, you can't even see where the difference is. And so if you kind of squint, if your brain is going to read this as the same amount of light is hitting this surface, right, as it is this surface. And because it's the same amount of light, they're both going to read as, like, they're going to kind of merge together a little bit. Because they're the same value. There's not a distinct contrast. So sometimes, if you're trying to communicate, like, this is one type of thing and this is another, it helps to make sure everything is clearly separated so that your brain can see it very quickly. You don't have to, like, decipher it. It's much easier. Anyway, I don't know. Basically, values are important. That's the worst explanation I've ever said. Wow, that red is darker. On a related note, do you want to link to a little color guessing game? Oh, we just played this on stream a bunch, Sarah. We played that a whole bunch. We can play that today. Do you mean the, I don't remember what it's called, but I think I have a link right here. It's in general chat. This one. Dial.gg. We played this game on stream quite a bit. I was actually going to have a, I don't know if I'm up for it right now, but we could try it. We could do a... Wait, what's this? Same 5 colors, the whole world. Oh, interesting. That's a new button. We could do this right now. Here, let's do it right here. Let's crush your friends. Okay, that's not what we're trying to do. But
multiplayer.
Let's crush our friends. Create
link copied.
I'm gonna copy a link here, you guys. You want a link? I'll let you do it first. So I'm. Oh, is that the daily challenge? I'll do the daily challenge. Here, let me do the daily challenge. Should I do this one first, or no? I'll wait. I'll wait for that one. Someone shared a few weeks ago in the Color and Light. Yeah, I feel like we were getting some pretty good scores. I know Pepperly is insane at it. We got some pretty good color people in here. It really helps if you turn this down. Well, also the volume, but if you turn it to dark mode, it's way better. But yeah, there's a new thing and I really tested it. It was insane. But I'll let you guys try that one first and let me know. I mean, don't let me know how you do because I will come back to this. I'm gonna keep painting. But yeah. You did on your phone is already in dark mode? Okay, yeah, that's good. Dark mode is definitely good. Although I do think, and I was playing with this a bit, to get the best scores, if you're really quick, if it's a light color, you switch it to light. If it's dark color, you switch it to dark. Because if you have a dark color and you make the screen bright, it's gonna kill you. Like you're not gonna get it right because it's all too, everything's gonna feel too dark. But if it's a bright color and you have a dark background and you have like a bright color, your brain's gonna think, oh, it's so bright, and like it's gonna be hard to gauge the proper value when it's so relatively bright. So sometimes I think it's good to put it against the background that is most like it so that you can see. I don't know, that to me feels like it's easier. No, so I didn't link the daily challenge, I just linked my own challenge. If you want to test your color sensitivity, what's this? What's my triangle EOKJND? You see two colors. Click on the line between them. That's it. It starts easy, it does not stay easy. Can I use my mouse? Let's go. Nice. Nice. Okay, we're locking in. Here we go. So okay, that's good value contrast. That's good value contrast. Okay, can you guys see this, by the way? Can you guys see this? Hold on. I want to make sure I'm showing my screen. Okay. Over here. That one's a little not bad. Oh, this one's tough. That took me a second. Oh, oof. I don't see this one, actually. I assume it's here. I don't actually know. Yeah, I'm bamboozled on this one. Can it be on the edge of the screen? Oh dear. Where is it? If I squint? I don't see it. I'll be honest, guys. I think it's here. Oh, I missed it. Oh, this one's easy. Nailed it. Nailed it. Okay, going quick. Spot on. That blue one was a... Oh my god, what's happening? Oh, here it is. Oh, jeez. This one's tough. I need to, like, look away and then look back. Nope, that doesn't help. Is there a way for me to, like... I feel like it's right here, but I can't be... What if I, like, close my eyes and just, like... It's here, right? No, it's totally wrong. Oh, these are tough. Oh, there we go. Yep, I got that one. God, these saturated ones. I can't... I feel like it's my monitor. I don't know. I can't see this one. Oh, here, I do see it. Holy crap, I saw that one somehow. I feel like my monitor is dirty. See... I don't know. Here? Ooh, precise. Somehow I got that one. I can't see. How long does this go for? Round 25 of how many? My cursor was already on it. Oh, nuh-uh. I didn't get that one right. God, the blues. You're so distracted taking the test you did awful. On this one? You guys are done? How did you find them so fast? I'm like having to look around because I think there's like a glare on my monitor. And so... What if I look out of my peripheral vision? Like, because sometimes... I can't tell. The color game? Okay. I gotta guess this one. I don't know where this is. Oh, here it is. It's funny, sometimes you just see it, and it's like I can see it if I'm looking in the right spot, but I have to, like, really be looking in the right spot. See, I don't see this one. I'm gonna click here. Nope. Oh, see, I don't see any of these. Oh, here's this one. You're struggling on the colors you can see, though? Your that is this. Better than most, you can see differences that half the population swear don't exist. Your opinions about color palettes are now legally binding. Sweet. Okay, I don't know what that means. How do you do better? Like, what's a standard version? I don't know what that means. Like, what does this score mean? Okay, anyway, back to the color game. Let's try this. Okay, I'm gonna lock in. Go. Oh, greenish. Oh, I need the... Whatever. Greenish, bluish, light. Light, very light. Greenish, bluish. Probably lighter. There we go. Let me turn on the volume. Ooh, that was bad. That was a bad guess. That was... Okay. I was not ready for this. Ooh, I'm gonna do so bad. Very saturated purple, kind of dark. Very saturated purple, kind of dark. I don't know. I think it was not that dark. Oh gosh. I'm so bad at this! No! I'm having a bad day. Last stream I was doing so good at this. Okay, hold on. This is like the same color as before, but a little bit more green-blue? A little more green-blue? That's not bad. Okay. Yellow, green, darkish, kind of pretty saturated. Yellow, greenish, darkish, pretty saturated. I think it's more, yeah, it's... Not terrible. Oh god, I hate this color. It's a salmon. It's a pinkish, reddish, kind of something. Pinkish, reddish, kind of something. That? Or is it more red than that? Maybe? Not bad. I'm pretty happy with that. My first guess sucked. I was not ready for it. The sound was off. I know it shouldn't matter, but the sound being off was awful. Okay, that one's not terrible. But yeah, no, that first one was bad. That ruined it. But yeah, no, this game is fun. We've done a lot of this on. We did quite a bit of this on stream the other day. You still beat all of us. Well, it was luck. I got lucky. Okay. But yeah, no, that game is fun. Oh wait, Sarah, did you do this one? What did you get on that one? Whoops. How do I go back? Dial.gg. That's this one. Did you do this one, Sarah? Are you Dr. Uff? No, you're not Dr. Uff. That color sensitivity one, I swear it must be a monitor. I think it probably, maybe some of it. I don't know. I think for me, a lot of it is like, there's a part of my brain, I don't know how to word it. So with the color sensitivity one, I think there's a part of my brain where, like, if I'm not really paying attention, I can kind of notice it, but then when I look at it, it vanishes. And so, like, I kind of have to look around and, like, look out of the corner of my eye. Sometimes I look right at it, and it's like I kind of have to, like, vibe it in a way, if that makes sense. And sometimes it's super direct. It's like, that's it. It's hard to explain because I know sometimes colors are, like, so finicky. I don't know. It's tricky. Also, what am I painting on that? Do this. Okay. You were too distracted by the stream. Your color memory went out the window? Gotcha. You were distracted by me? I see. Excuses! Excuses! No, I'm kidding. One got like, oh, was that salmon? So I guessed. Yeah. Yeah. I would use one as a standard, right? Wait, what are we talking about? You got a 0.00031, and in a moderately sized chat, there's like 2 people lower than me. See, like, I don't think I'm sensitive to color. I just think, like for guessing the color game, I do think I'm okay at it. I mean, that round, I don't think I did my best. I was quite mid there, but only because that first guess was so bad. But I do think generally when doing color, I don't think I'm particularly sensitive to color, but I do think for, like, my language around color is okay. And I know when I vocalize it, I say, like, you know, oh, it's kind of greenish bluish medium saturation, right? But, like, in my head, I'm thinking more of, like, a sliding scale of, like, where that saturation is. And so I can kind of, I feel like I'm okay-ish at it. But that's not what you're talking about at all. I so missed what you guys were saying. You kind of wish the color slider, the true Sarah, true. Because that's what I do. That's what I do when I'm painting. Like, I'm constantly looking down here, and so I have a sense of, like, what hue, if I'm picking this, even if I'm not actively picking it, I do have a sense of, like, the hue and kind of the saturation of, like, how far up and down this I am, of the value, and how far over I am in the saturation. And so I kind of get a sense that, like, if I had to replicate this color, I'd be like, yeah, it'd be kind of in the reddish, that color, pretty dark, kind of desaturated, and so, like, okay, that's good enough, right? And so I would pick a color that would feel kind of like that, even if it's not exactly. So I think just painting digitally helps a lot with color stuff, because you do kind of look at the color wheel, and so after over, you know, hours and hours of doing it, you sort of have a vibe of, like, stuff. Anyway. But yeah, no, that game's fun. I do wonder, what about the world one? I haven't done that one. Let's do versus the world, because I want to see how the world does. How do I refresh this? Nope, not that. Okay, versus the world. Five colors the same, no pressure. Okay. Show everyone how much you don't suck. Okay. Gotta lock in.
Daily mode.
Is this hard mode or easy? Blue. Oh god, I hate blues. That's kind of pretty blue, but it's a little desaturated. Not much. Pretty blue. That, a little desaturated, but not much. There we go. The struggle with blues is that it could be a lot of hues. Oh, it started off with a bad one again. See, this was much more green, and I screwed that one up. Blues are hard. Ooh, that's a lime green, very saturated. Also, I'm not in dark mode. Lime green, I'm gonna blame that. Lime green, oh, it wasn't that saturated. Oh god, I don't remember anymore. We're just gonna go like that. I'm disappointed. I am disappointed with myself. Oh, this is oh gosh, I don't know what color this is. Like a yellow-green? Yellow-green? I wasn't even paying attention to the saturation. I think I'm way off. I don't remember what I was on. This is undoubtedly a yellow-green. Was I that? Oh no, I was way off. Man, I'm doing so bad. Can I quit? Can I just start over? Very bright purple, pink, fuchsia, something or other. That's my color knowledge on this. I'm done. I'm packing it up. I'm just picking. Oh my gosh, this is the worst round I've ever done. Okay, this is blue-green, for sure. Blue-green, pretty bright. Blue-green, pretty bright. Why was I questioning whether it's blue-green, though? I can't remember why. Oh, because it was just, I don't know. That's why, because it wasn't. It was a grayish color. It was a darker. That was so bad. I screwed that one. Can I quit? I want to curl into a ball and just pretend that one didn't happen. I'm way below average there. Oof. That was bad. I'm gonna pretend it didn't happen. Alright, well, we're all done with that for today. That didn't happen. Oh no. Ugh. I'm embarrassed. Okay, that's okay. It happens. Oh, you asked the tablet question, do you use pen buttons? I don't. I don't use pen and buttons. No buttons for me. No buttons for me. Let's see. But yeah, no, the color guessing game is fun. I think it's a fun game. It is kind of, I feel like it's a little bit... This was always my concern, though, with doing it on stream, is that, like... It's not always the skill that you're practicing when you're painting. Do I use pen buttons, though? No, I don't use pen buttons. I don't remember what did I get for the other one? Do you guys remember? If I go back to it, what was it? I don't remember what I got. And I don't know what the numbers mean. I don't think I was very good at it. The color sensitivity one. I also think my eyes are really tired today. Like, I can literally feel my eyes. Because they're, like, hurting. I have a hunch that if I were to do this when I was, like, with a fresh eyes, sort of well rested, I would be better at that stuff. That's my hunch. I don't know for sure though. That's my hunch. Or I'm just making excuses. Sun was in my eyes. That's it. Your pen spins too much in your fingers to find the buttons. Oh, see, I don't like. Yeah, I don't know. I've never gotten used to the way that my. Yeah, I've never gotten used to my pen buttons. Sarah says, you must hold your pen really loosely. I have to consciously turn my pen if I want to turn it. I use a pen with a barrel rotation, so I am usually rotating it a specific way on purpose. Gotcha. I have death grips on everything but my pen. I kind of have a death grip on my pen. It doesn't rotate at all. I mean, it might if I'm like flicking it or something, but mostly I just don't like my fingers on the button, so I always have them facing up. So it's because like the way that I hold my, I don't know if you guys can see this. The way that I'm holding my stylus, if from this angle, there's the only spot that isn't being touched by my fingers is the very tippy top, and that's right where the buttons need to be, so I don't press them. Because if they're anywhere else, I'm gonna press them, and so they don't rotate because. So like from a profile view, this is the stylus and this is the button. My fingers cover all of this. Like, or wait, how does that work? No, I have like one finger here, and then one finger here. And so the only spot that it is not touching my fingers is right here. And so the pen cannot move. Like if it, like I can't rotate it. Otherwise I'll be pressing the button. I don't know if that makes sense. The barrel rotation pen is so useful for painting, not as relevant for drawing. I would be really sad if I had to go back to normal pen. Oh, interesting. So it's worth getting then. Because yeah, I don't have that. I use a basic brush. My thumb is always resting on the buttons. Yeah, mine's like barely touching it, but not enough to like press it. And I don't want it to press it. Because if it presses it, it does stupid stuff. I don't want to use the buttons on my stylus. I can hold mine at any angle without pressing the buttons. My fingers just don't go to that spot unless I'm pressing them. Gotcha. I'm gonna put some hair on these people. Maybe. I don't know. This doesn't feel very lively. We need some more people. More people. Some short people. Some tall people. People walking every which way. Some people in the back. More people in the back. Lots of people with the light shining on them. Giving them lots of little... Their heads are being lit up by the sun. Just a crowd of people. You can't even see past the crowd. There's too many. Nope, that's too many. They're getting cramped there. Fire hazard. Hold on. Another person there. It's $100, best $100 you ever spent. Actually, 90, I think. Ooh, nice. Okay. I don't know if I feel like I can justify that spending on that on a brush, but if you say it's the best $100 you ever spent, then I might have to look into it. That sounds pretty nice. That's not normally the type of endorsement you hear from tech like that. Like, this is so good. Okay, I like this. I like the vibes here now. You probably need a tablet that's compatible? Yeah, probably. I think my tablet's compatible. It's a Wacom Intuos. It probably is. Maybe not, though. It's possible it's not. I'm not too worried about it. Yeah, I have a Wacom one. Yep, I have a Wacom Intuos Pro large. I don't know the exact model, but yeah, I would make sure it's compatible before I buy anything. That's just good purchasing practice. You gotta make sure the things you're buying are gonna work for your situation. Wacom Art Pen. Okay. I should look into it. I should definitely look into it. But yeah, right now, I am just kind of doodling. I'm putting little lights on stuff. Maybe little, like, speculars. Just to kind of show that these people are, you know, there's light shining down. There's catching their everything. Just bouncing around. Also, there should be some shadows here. Maybe these places can have piles. And I think it works on all the Pro models and Teaks. This looks really nice. Love the perspective and distance you got. Oh, thanks. I'm glad you like it. I'm having fun with it. It's pretty chill. Not perfect by any means, but for a loose sketch, you know, I don't think it's bad. Some of the shapes could probably be more well thought out. Like, what the heck are all this stuff? What's going on up here? I don't know. Also, I was gonna have the lighting come this way, which means this probably should be in light. I like the colors so warm. Yeah, I like the warmth in here. I think this kind of seems fun when you have just a lot of light. You can kind of, and also you can make the shadows warm. There should be some shadows on the walls as well. Probably, actually. Maybe not. Maybe there wouldn't be shadows on the walls. Yeah, I'm trying to make also this orange down up here. Because, like, there's going to be occlusion areas, right? There's going to be some spots, but also there's going to be a lot of this bounce light. This red light shining through. they're tied up here, I guess. I should probably have figured out how they're tied up better. That's okay. That'll work. This could be a door. Maybe there's a placard on the wall. Don't know what this shape is. When in doubt, just get rid of it. There we go. But yeah, no, the colors are warm. I quite like it. I do think we could actually probably put some cool tones in here, actually, somewhere. I don't exactly know where. I think maybe in here. Probably not. I don't know. I mean, maybe there's a bit of like blue in occasionally shining on them, so there's like a little bit of shadow color in here. And like this guy here, maybe in some of the shadows in here, there's maybe from like the left side or something. Maybe that's what we do. So maybe there's a lot of light bouncing around, but on the left side only of the shadows, there will be some blue. But then on the right side, we'll have that bounce light still coming in, so we'll get some more saturated, punchy stuff. Like in here. I think that works. And this guy's under the tent completely, so probably you make it look easy. I mean, once you establish a thing, I'm just kind of going over and doing the same treatment to everything. So like once you establish that, like, okay, light's gonna be hitting on this side of the character, right? Then it's like, okay, well, let's just go over every character and start putting that light there, you know? Or once I establish that the light's gonna be, you know, or the saturated stuff's gonna be on the side of the light, but not in the light, it's gonna be like in the shadows, right? So here's the light, right? This side is not the side of the light. That's the other side. So I'm going to put some of it on this side, right? So it's more of like, once you establish the pattern that you're going to follow, which is oftentimes based on, you know, a little bit of reasoning, then it's just kind of, you just put it there, right? And like, as long as you have some understanding of the form. So I do think there's a little bit of, like, I think if you're not aware of why I'm putting something somewhere, it feels like I'm just doing it sort of like, oh, you just know to do that. And I don't. In fact, I'm not even always correct in my choices, right? Like sometimes I'm probably just making up anatomy or making up form. But I'm also doing it to like help describe form, like, right? Like if I have a person here, like here's a random person in some sort of clothing, I feel like I'm just making them vaguely this shape. Right? And so like, oh, maybe they have some shoulders here. And so when I'm adding in some light, you know, maybe I want to put in this bluish light on their shoulders. And so I do that different, you know, in a different spot just to make sure their shoulders, you know, poke out or whatever. Otherwise, the form might not read. So a lot of it's just kind of going over it like that. Also, I'm actually, speaking of color, I think I kind of goofed up a little bit. I think I went too saturated in the characters. In fact, I think I went so saturated that I lost a lot of the... I lost a lot of the atmosphere that was in here. This looks fantastic. Is it real talent to make it look so lifelike? Love it. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Always nice to hear the kind words. So thank you. Okay, I think that's not bad. I don't know. I keep flipping the canvas. I apologize if I'm making people seasick. I can imagine a cat in the scene. Ooh, that would be a good... That is actually... Yeah, no, I agree. That's actually a good idea. I mean, I shouldn't say actually. That is a great idea. Also, I have a weird dark line here for some reason. So let's just widen it, this character, so that we can get rid of those weird dark artifact lines. Cat always makes everything better? Maybe, yeah. Okay, so I have not been precise, by the way. If you look at this, these shapes are not they're not precise at all. This whole thing is smudgy and kind of gross looking. This is what happens when you paint like this. It ends up, at least for me, it... Also, this is... There. Some of the characters can have... To remember which side the light's coming from. But yeah, let's put a cat in here and then we'll call it a day. Let me find an image of a cat. Cat walking down alley. Just to sort of, you know, same perspective. Nope, I should probably be on a new layer just to be safe. So I'm gonna make a cat. Little head here. Head going that way. Body. Head down. Back of the back. Back leg here. I'm just making purely silhouette. Okay, is this too foreshortened? Maybe? That's a weird cat shape. I don't think that's a good cat shape. Kind of looks like a cat, but also kind of not. That's a... maybe too big, maybe. I'm more concerned about the shape, to be honest. I'm more, yeah, to me the shape's the thing that I'm not liking. It looks like a weasel. It does look like a weasel. This is not the shape of a cat. It does look like a weasel, doesn't it? What if I... The neck's too long? I'm pretty sure that was a failed foreshortened. Okay, hold on. Weasel cat, you are going away. Hold on, let's find a better reference, because I think the image that I picked kind of looked like a weasel. And also, I don't know how to draw cats, so let's try to find a cat that doesn't look like a weasel. Okay, this one's better. Okay, let's just type cat walking away. Okay, so here we go. Let's try this again. This time, no weasel cat. Ears, head, body, foot, left foot, right foot, something foot, one or the other. I'm not too worried about the exact size. The back side. It's hard to draw a cat walking. Oh, that's not. Like that. I think that's better. Trying to get some gesture in there. Much better, thanks. Yeah, that one's much better. Better pose overall. My reference has it curved like this. I don't think that's the right shape I want. This is what my reference shows. That looks weird. I think this looks better if it's... There, we'll go like that. There we go. Cat. Done. Also, let's make it an orange cat. Or like it has some stripes or something. I don't know. There we go. It's... maybe that's too much stripage for the cat. Okay, so now the cat's supposed to be in light. So now we need to add some shadow. Shadow cat? Hey, as long as it's not a medieval cat. Is it a medieval cat? I don't think it's medieval. Thanks. You can name the cat? I mean, of course I can name the cat. I don't think I want to, though. I think its official name is just Cat. Or Cat B, because it's the second cat we did. Cat B. Cat number 2. Oh, you mean cats from medieval paintings? Oh, were they really poorly done? I don't think I've ever seen cats from medieval paintings. What's wrong with cats? Also, I'm making this cat look worse. Trying to add light here. Oh no, did they? Yeah, I don't. Did they? I mean, a lot of medieval stuff is funny like that. Also, what if I put this in the foreground like this? That way we don't have to. That way I don't have to paint shadows, because the whole thing is in shadow. I don't know. Not the greatest thing I've ever done. How do I paint cats? Also, this should be a darker color. Maybe we do it this way. The paw going here. Maybe like that. Is that gonna look stupid? How stupid does that look? That looks very stupid. That's not how cats work. I've ruined it. I've ruined it. Cat B, you have done... You're looking goofy. That's a goofy cat. Hold on. Can I undo it or not? Nope, I have to repaint the whole thing. Okay, hold on. Whatever. I think it looks really cute. I'm glad. I'm glad you think so, Sarah. It's looking something. It's something. You just rejoined after looking away for a while? Gotcha. Well, I'm glad you think so. It has some issues with perspective, I think. I was trying to make it kind of chunky, but I don't think I got it looking. I mean, it's just a solid color, right? Maybe the tail. We could do some tail action here. I just don't worry about the far legs. Yeah. Well, the problem is that, like, in the photo, right, there's a leg coming out right here, but the problem is that this leg is also forward, and I don't want that, right? So I'm moving the legs, which makes it probably like that. Anyway, we'll just do that. We'll just pretend that that is how I meant it to be, and good. Here we go. Cat. Also, that's not the way the light comes. The light goes this way. Anyway. Okay, that's the thing. There's a cat. Although I should probably... Maybe I'll put another cat here. I don't know. It'll work. It should... Honestly, the cat should have been in the middle. Maybe that's what we do. Maybe we just put the cat in the middle. Hey, but then there's no lighting on the cat. Whatever. It's a black cat, and now this is a gray cat because it's in light. Okay. I don't want to have to do lighting on cat. I don't know cat anatomy enough to do lighting without an exact reference. I'm sure I could fumble my way through it if I had enough time, but we're ending stream here very soon. Also, this person's really tall. I mean, that's fine, but they weren't really meant to be like a focal point. I mean, kinda were, but not really. You really like it, dude? Thanks. Glad you like it. Okay, now let's add some little shapes in here. Just nothing fancy, but some little fancy shapes. They're not meant to be fancy, but they're just squares and designs to, like, if you kind of vaguely look, your brain will say, oh, there's texture patterns, and, you know, there's swervy colors, and just different stuff. Patterns on here. I'm glad you did this one. Oh, thanks. I'm pretty glad I did this one too. It's fun. I'm just making little markings here. Like here, markings around the shirt, around the collar. I don't want to go crazy with it, but I do want to add enough to where just to where it's like, if you kind of look at it, it's like, oh, there's actually different shapes and details and stuff. The lighting on this piece is awesome. Joining a bit late. How are you, Joe? Hey, Stoic. I'm good. I'm doing good. I'm just kind of noodling around here on this painting. I've painted stuff like this before, by the way. But yeah, no, I'm doing good. Now the question is, what do I change or add or any of that stuff? Noodle. Yeah, noodling for me is like you're changing a painting but not necessarily making it better. You're not really improving anything. You're not necessarily solving a thing. You're just kind of painting on it for the painting on its sake. Like, I don't have a direction that I'm going, and I'm not sure, like, oh, what's my goal with this? I don't really know. I'm just like, it's almost trial and error in some ways. You know, maybe some detailing, I guess. So maybe it's not all noodling. I guess, because I guess detailing isn't really noodling. Just adding some random lines in here that sort of imply things, like the underside of this shape, the underside of this shape, for example, but it doesn't need to be, you know, maybe it's like a dark red or something, or just little bits of light bouncing in there, but it's mostly an occluded area. And then maybe on the front side here, we have a bit of a harsher color. This line was going straight into this person's head, so I'm going to remove that. But yeah, I'm doing really well, Stoic. Hope you're doing well also. Hope the day is going good. The Thursday... Actually, hope everyone's Thursday is going well. Yeah, we are wrapping things up. I'm trying to just kind of put little, like, specks around of light, and, you know, where some of these pinks are going to catch some people. Maybe there's, like, a bit of a, you know, light shining on this person or something. I feel like there could be light, you know, sort of just like bouncing around and twinkling and catching some of these people's clothes. Maybe some of them have earrings. I don't know, maybe everybody in this here wears earrings, so I'm just putting little speculars near everyone's ears. Feeling renewed after Emerald City Comic Con. Oh, nice. Always nice to chat with artists. Oh, that's cool. Did you go as a visitor or as did you table? I don't know if you ever table at conventions or not. But that's really cool. Any really cool artists that you meet, or any like buddy who you were looking forward to meeting that you met? Or is it just mostly just like meandered around and saw lots of cool people? I know sometimes people go there specifically with like the goals to sort of like meet certain people because they know they're gonna be there. And I think that's neat. Give these people some hairdos, some shapes that are maybe a little bit more, I don't know, more interesting than whatever they initially had. Some buns on top of their hair. Maybe this person has 2 buns on their hair. This person has no buns. Maybe they have longer hair. I don't know. Maybe this person has a funky hat. And this person has a funky hat. And this person has a funky hat. Funky hats everywhere. That looks like those Russian hats. Kinda. Maybe the cat has a hat. Cat in the hat. Also, are all these people walking away from us? I think they might be. I don't think a single person is walking towards us, except maybe this person, who has the cat. Maybe he's bending down and he's gonna be like, hey, come here, kitty kitty. That'd be kind of fun. Actually, let's do that. I don't know if I can draw that pose. They're like, hey, kitty kitty. Is that... I don't know if that's quite the pose that I was looking for, but... I don't know. I think I screwed that one up. You went as a visitor, says Stoic. Spoke with Peter Hahn, Enid Bellam, I don't know that one. Brian Stelfreeze, and some artists that were tabling. Nice. I do know Peter Hahn. Okay, this person is just too tall. That's what I think. But yeah, that's cool. Glad you had a good time. Or it sounds like you had a good time. Maybe this person's arms are spread wide. And they're like, ah, it's a kitty! And they're excited to see it. And so their hands are... And they're the only one noticing the cat. don't know how to draw faces. I don't think I want to draw the face. I just wanted to put enough of a face in there. There. Yeah, it's great, and to be open and honest about what it's like for them to work in their industries. Yeah, that's cool. There. A lot of little just stuff going on here. I like that. Let's add some shapes, maybe. We're right at the 4-hour mark right now, so I think it's a good spot to stop. Probably should have done more with the shadows on the grounds, because that's like a potential point of really coolness. Something like that. I don't know. I think that's pretty neat. I'm pretty happy with that. Sorry, I've been kind of quiet here for a bit because I'm just kind of doodling, just kind of in the just vibing. Does this line here, should that be there? I don't think so. I think it should have gone the other way, like that. Compositionally, it just makes more sense, I think, to lead in. Right? Like, that's gotta make more sense. Maybe we'll do multiple layers like that. I don't know if I even like that at all. I don't know. Maybe there's some stuff hanging around it. I don't know. This is the one thing that I really am not happy with in this painting. Maybe there's some ropes and stuff, just like beams. There. Maybe there's like a padding here. Lots of ropes just tangled around. Now we could probably put in some like layers of the fabric where like things are hanging down and different layers, some occluded areas. And little lines going this way and that way. So you are having one hand hold the pen, the other use the keyboard? Yep, one hand's on the keyboard, one hand's on the pen. I have pressed the button on my pen 0 times today. So like right now, so like between here, I wish I could, you know what I should get? I should get one of those gaming things that show the key presses, because I think you guys would be surprised by how much I'm pressing my keyboard. I will do, so for example, like space to pan it, I'll just pan it. Z, zoom in. E, back to brush. Oh, just kidding, I actually wanted to go back here, so I hit Alt, color picked, and then in the between my brush going from here to here, I've already hit, you know, lower the brush size 3 times. and then I recolor pick and already just like, you know, small brush, like my fingers are jumping around quite a bit when I'm painting. Yeah. Like, I don't even think about it. It's just, it's one of those things that where, like, when you've done it enough. Yeah, there's probably an app. I think there's a lot of, like show keybind inputs. I know some gaming streams will use it, because people are curious about what, you know, what they're pressing. I don't think I have a great, like, brush economy in that sense. I think I press a lot of brush or buttons. And then I, you know, undo stuff and... that's not the right word, economy, but like, yeah, I don't think I'm the most efficient in my brush strokes. Ooh, let's put some ropes and stuff around here too. Around the tops, right? Because like, could be stuff here, 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 stuff hanging around. Maybe it's some lighter rope. Some smaller shapes back here and there. Yeah, not trying to make everything perfect, but just add this sort of the illusion of detail. All right, like I don't need to actually come in here and detail these ropes or anything. They're just hanging around. Also, this is a massive pillar. Can we just say how big that is? Probably a little too big. What else? What else can we do up here? Maybe that. Giving it places to tie off to. I don't know the logic of how these things are tied. So I'm just gonna pretend that it makes sense somehow. Could do like a rip in here. Like a big ol' rip in here with like the thread showing. Could be kind of fun. I don't know. That might not be... I think I would need more reference for that. I don't really understand how a ripped fabric might look with the threads showing. But I feel like there could be a potential cool scenario for that. What else up here, maybe? Some things hanging down. Got the rugs that we had earlier on the ground, which is kind of weird, but whatever. We'll put them there. Even without reference, that rip looks great. Yeah, I feel like I think with rips though, my intuition is telling me that there would be a distinct look, right? I feel like I mean a lot of this is just me kind of going with the flow, but yeah, I don't know. It could be okay. I think this is not bad. I'm pretty happy with this, all things considered. I could probably come in here and like clean up some of the tile work and make it look a little nicer and not sort of completely like dilapidated by just making them a little bit more accurate, a little bit more careful. in perspective. I'm not obviously going to paint every tile. That would be ridiculous, but... just putting an extra layer of polish here. Just a little bit. And keep reminding myself which direction the shadows are in. Or the light, I should say. And maybe we can even have some shadows coming this way from, like, characters off screen. But I don't want to make it look like chicken scratch. So maybe we just make this nice shape like that. There. I like that. That's nice. Yeah, it's supposed to be a rug. But I didn't put enough rugs in here for it to be obvious that there's rugs. There. We'll put another rug in here to help show it. The foreground one, yeah, it could be a rug. That was kind of what my brain was doing. But yeah, no, there wasn't much information there. And also, like, why are the rugs on the ground? I don't know. Is that normal? Could be. I can't tell. I mean, I feel like rugs outdoor feels like a bad idea. Lots of dirt, right? But I don't know. Maybe these people have very clean feet. Also, speaking of feet, I hadn't painted a single foot. Now I'm just blocking in some quick feet that vaguely look feet-shaped. Joe, this is looking sick. Aw, thanks. It looks fantastic painting, though, dude. Really good skills you have. Oh, I appreciate it. I think here we could maybe do something like a warmer door, because we have the cooler shapes. I don't know. I like it. I'm pretty happy with the direction it's going. I don't know about this big pole here, but only because I feel like these aren't the same scale. Whatever, maybe we'll do that. And maybe around here there's, like... a fan of things, like... I don't know. I feel like there's something there. There could also be, like boards, not boards, but, like, scaffolding up here. I feel like that's a thing I've seen before, but I don't have references for it. Or we could also do, like, if we did do scaffolding, we could do, like, the scaffolding here, and then on the underside you see, like, a little shadow. That'd be kind of neat. That'd be a cool effect, where you see the shadow on the inside of the thing. So, like, this would be, there'd be light here, and here, and then you'd see the bits of... I do think that would be a cool touch with some of these, but I don't know how to do that. And also, I think this one probably is not helping. It looks like a fantastic painting there, dude. The big poles really help with depth, though. I like the change you made with the ropes around it. Yeah, I think just adding random stuff can help. Again, they're very, very just blobby. Would the shadow be offset? Probably. But I didn't like where the poles were. I feel like these types of things, if you were to put poles across here, are almost like compositional elements. And I kind of already designed these in some way to, like, be that. And so it's kind of weird to, like, break those shapes up again, because that wasn't really the goal. But I do think if I were to design this from sort of, you know, do this, like, another painting like this again, I think does planning ahead of time where some of these cool poles and light and shadows go, there could be a lot of cool effects there. But yeah, I think typically the shadows would be offset a little bit. Anyway, I think this is a good spot to stop. I'm tired. I am exhausted. So, alright. Thanks everybody for being here. I appreciate it. It was a fun one. I stream 3 days a week, Mondays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. So next stream will be on Saturday. And if you'd like to... yeah, if you'd like to be here Saturday, see you Saturday. I will probably do more painting. Of course, I always do more painting. And yeah. See ya.